Welcome to Saturday Evening Chats with G23. We have our esteemed co-host, Mr. DM Faas. Welcome.
Howdy, howdy.
I want to say Happy Independence Day to everyone, and hope you're getting to spend some time with family and friends. So, yes, gun loving grandpa. I am working on Monday. My 5-day vacation is over tomorrow. So today, 19 years ago, my wife agreed to marry me, and that's when we got married. So we are celebrating our 19th anniversary today, and I just want
Happy.
to say uh, thank you to the woman who has been there through some of the worst times in my life and some of the best times in my life. And I hope we have another 20 years together.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Poor woman.
So I see we have Midnight Range, who was first. Gun Loving Grandpa, who's out there. We have Southpaw RX and Mr. Rich White. Rich says that poor woman. So, congratulations, DM, on 100 subs.
Thank you. I'm honored that that many people would, sub to my channel. Honestly.
Yes, and I I hope that both of our channels continue to grow and prosper, and more people out in the crowd, their channels are growing. I would love a strong 2A presence on the YouTube, even though they don't seem to like us being here. Midnight Range says she said yes, then ran to the car and was never seen again. New York Outcast says 19 years of him crying about his gun. Welcome, Defense Dad. Thank you for showing up. Two Gun Kitty. If anyone else wants to jump in and be on the panel, just say something. I'll shoot you an email. I sent one to Gun Loving Grandpa. If he has time, he can jump in. So, you have a giveaway that you want to do. When do you want to do that?
um, we can do it now if you want, or do it later. It's your show.
I'll turn that part over to you and let you do it whenever you want. Hello, Miss Vanessa Kitty. Welcome.
Why don't we wait a little bit and uh, looks like maybe more people are rolling in.
Yes, we are starting to get new, some more people. We're up to like 11 people watching. So, so again, uh, I just want to give a shout out to Nighthawk Medic. He's a small channel, and he had 71 subs. I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday, and he did a giveaway completely out of the blue. I wasn't expecting any of it, and he did a $300 Visa gift card, and I'm honored to have won that gift card. And he's a great little channel. Let's help him get up over 100 subs. I see him in other people's chats. He's out there, chatting away. He's another one like Kingpin who will never promote himself. So let's try to help promote him. So Midnight says G23 this, G23 that. For all those years, it's almost like some twisted spousal abuse. Yep, that's what I have to say. Go ahead and start preparing for your 1,000 sub giveaway.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that. That's a big goal, and that's way, way, way down the road.
So are you on Gunstreamer?
I'm not. I'm on GunTube, and I've got a BitChute account, but BitChute sucks. It's so hard to use that I haven't posted anything there in a while.
Yeah, I haven't checked out BitChute or any of those other um, offshoots. Um, I have GunTube and Gunstreamer. I just started posting over some of my stuff over on to Gunstreamer.
I've got a GunStreamer account, which I forgot that I set up. Um, I didn't even remember it until they sent me the notice saying they were going away. Back when they said they were, we're having to close.
Yeah, that's when I remembered that I had one too. But then when they sent out the email saying that due to the gun critic helping them stay alive, that's when I was like, well, maybe I should start actually posting stuff over there. So I decided that I would go over and I put up the Memorial Day video that I have, our 5-shot video, and I tagged you in the 5-shot video. And then I did the Patriot in the Dark no sight challenge video over there also.
Yeah, doing that 5-shot challenge, a little disappointing to see. You realize you need to practice more.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've done a lot of modifications to my G23 since I've been shooting, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize it had changed so much. I see we have Clover Tack out in the crowd who says Happy Independence Day, and that he was the 5th thumbs up. So welcome. Here's some advice for for you, Mr. Faus.
Yeah, I'll probably never be a channel like that. I don't have a problem, with um, channels building relationship. It helps grow, the community. But that's, just not what I want to do.
Yeah, and I know you do a great part of introducing new people, new shooters, you know, and not so much of like the review, side.
Yeah, that's kind of more what I have wanted to focus on is, I don't have the knowledge that like Clover Tech. I don't have that much um, firearm knowledge. So, that's not something that I can do. But what I can do is, people that I know is say, hey, let's go to the range and take people to the range, go have fun. And then let them see that, it's a lot of fire and fury and noise, but it's not that scary. And everybody that's gone um, has a blast. Man, it's really fun for me too to get out there with new shooters, go have fun. And the last guy that I took to the range, he just bought a pistol. He got his first pistol. So I'm hoping to do an update once once his background check goes through and he gets it in. I'll take him. Told him I'll take him to the range and so he can try out his new pistol and I'll do an update on him.
What did he get?
He got a M&P Shield in 40.
Nice.
That's kind of there's not a lot out there to get right now, so he kind of just went for what he could get. But they're the shields are popular.
Yeah.
They're decent guns.
See, and that's the thing is, I hear a lot of people saying that there's not a whole lot of firearms out there, and honestly, I kind of feel bad for them because like the shop that I showed pictures where there's a bunch of ammo, which is just a little pawn store. You know, there's they're they're an FFL, but they're also a pawn shop at the same time, and they're running a sign on their reader board right now that says we have over 700 brand new guns.
Wow.
You know, so and then they also have their sign out there like that you guys have seen where it says uh, got ammo, we do. You know, and so it's like I hear people complaining that they can't find ammo and stuff, and I'm like I I understand that that's like really like frustrating and everything, but I guess I'm just in an area that's pretty darn lucky because we do have a lot of ammo available.
Yeah, around here it's really slim on what you can find.
I mean, pretty much whatever you want, you can find. You may have to go to a couple different stores, depending upon what you're looking for, you know. But for the most part, you can get whatever you want. If you want 9mm ammo, you can pick that up. If you want uh, 10mm ammo, you can definitely pick that up. 40, it's out there. 5.56, 223, 7.62 by 39. I mean, I don't seem to have any problems finding the ammo. Yeah, it's up a little bit, but that's kind of understandable when everybody else can't find it. So it's what our country is based upon, supply and demand. If they've got the supply and you've got the demand, they can kind of name the price that they want, and you're either going to pay it or you're not. And that's where our entire country has been, kind of founded on.
Yeah, kind of way back at the beginning of the year when everything started to happen, I had stocked up, and I don't keep the thousands of rounds. I kept what I was comfortable with, and so I thought, well, this is enough, and that'll carry me through this, you know, the shortage that's going through right now, and then I can, stock up more. And then so we had the COVID hit, and then the rioting hit. And when I took Matt, the last guy I took, and I was getting ready, I realized how low I was getting, and that a little concerning. So I'm restocking, even though you got to hunt and search online to find stuff.
DM, I'm not that far from you. Probably a 3-hour drive.
I know. Yeah,
And there's no taxes.
I just ordered 1,000 rounds of 10 millimeter
Yeah.
from SG ammo.
Yeah, but see, then you got to pay all that fees for for the
Yeah, the shipping.
explosives and everything. Whereas if you made that little 2.5, 3-hour drive south, you probably would get the ammo. You might get it cheaper, and you just load it up in the trunk of your car.
Yeah, but it's so much easier just to click a button.
Yep, yep. But then you gotta sit there and wait for that to come in while I just go, okay, I'm gonna go to the store and buy it and go out shooting. I'll see you in a couple weeks while you're waiting for that ammo to finally show up.
Yeah, because right now I think they said I think it's a 5-day turnaround for their shipping. Yeah, there's other places online that were like 2 weeks or more for them just to ship.
Yeah. And see, the thing is like we all stock up, and keep a good amount of ammo for practice ammo on hand. And then I rotate it, so the oldest stuff that I bought is up front, and the newest stuff goes in the back, so that I'm always rotating my ammo. And now that we just got the wife a new anniversary present in 9 millimeter, we had to go trying to find 9 millimeter ammo, and hopefully tomorrow or Monday the state will come back with the background check. I mean, there was 4,600 people just in the state ahead of her, and when we checked yesterday, there were still like 2,000 people ahead of her.
Uh,
So hopefully tomorrow or Monday she'll she'll find out. But just from Tuesday to Friday, we picked up 500 rounds of 9 millimeter FMJ. So it's out there.
yeah, I just emailed you a picture.
You sent who?
Oh, I just emailed you a picture.
Oh, maybe my phone will. Let's see. I will get this on screen in just a minute because I got to send it to my other email address because I have uh, the duck set up through my other email address.
Oh,
Oh, actually, I have the laptop set up through the other email address, and then I have my cell phone that's set up with like 4 different email addresses.
yeah, Two Gun Kitty's hemorrhaging 9 millimeter. He's selling it to other people.
That must be nice. That that is kind of true.
Yeah, when I was working last night, I got the idea for that. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Welcome, G Webs, and happy Independence Day to you too, sir. Yeah, that's really why I like my 40. But even so, like when we had an ammo run, like back when the COVID was first starting, like the first ammo that we actually ran out of in our area was 40.
Really?
Yeah, like there was still 9 millimeter on the shelf and everything else like that. Like around here, 40 is probably your more popular.
Yeah, when this all hit, I went up to Cabela's and I was looking at 40, and they had plenty. And while I'm trying to decide on what I want to get, there's people running around me, panicking that they can't find what they need.
Yeah, 40, 45, and 10 millimeter were the first 3 rounds that were sold out in this area
Wow,
for
that's the opposite of
for pistol, and then of course
normal.
5.56 and 2.23.
Yeah.
But yeah, around here there's more 10 millimeter and 40 cal owners than there probably is 9 millimeters. So it is kind of weird. I see we have Honcho Fett in the crowd. Armed Ape is out in the crowd. I'm, I'm pretty sure I said hello to Two Gun Kitty, but hello again. Keith Gregory is out in the crowd. Trying to go back. I've been kind of ignoring the crowd.
Warsaw Patriot just jumped in.
There's another great channel to check out, Warsaw Patriot. Yeah, Defense Dad says, "Wow, those are plentiful here." Yeah, it's really weird on what your area is going to be more. I guess every little area is kind of different on what they're going to run out of, probably, and what's more popular in their area. But like when I was shooting the 5 shot challenge video, and there was a kid out there. He was probably early 20s, and he heard us shooting, so he decided he was going to shoot off his 12 gauge to try kind of like going shot for shot, so you'd hear them ringing out. And so then I started to speed up and almost do a mag dump. I was kind of half mag dumping, and then you heard him run out of ammo. So then I introduced him. He came down and we talked, and I let him shoot 16 rounds of 40, and so that was kind of, he like, yeah, that's a real man's caliber. Yeah, Mr. Guns and Gear has been putting out a lot of good videos here lately. So so I pulled up a few things on the like 4th of July. So I figured if we're gonna do one, so let's kind of talk about the Independence Day. So I found 20 fun facts about the 4th of July Independence Day, and a lot of people may know that like uh, was number one was Congress made Independence Day an official unpaid holiday for federal employees in 1870. In 1938, Congress changed Independence Day to a paid federal holiday. So for 68 years, you were required to take the day off without pay. And number two was only John Hancock actually signed the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. All others signed later. So the Declaration of Independence was signed by 56 men from 13 colonies. The average age of the signers of the Declaration of Independence was 45. The youngest was Thomas Lynch Jr., 27, of South Carolina. The oldest delegate was Benjamin Franklin, 70, of Pennsylvania. The lead author of the Declaration, Thomas Jefferson, was 33. So that's, it's kind of weird. Some of those facts that you come across and you're like, wow, I didn't really know that. So number 5, 1 out of 8 signers of the Declaration of Independence were educated at Harvard. the only two signers of the Declaration of Independence who later served as president of the United States were John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. And then, of course, everyone knows the stars on the original American flag were in a circle, so all the colonies would appear equal. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting an M1 Grand. That would be a pretty nice rifle to pick up. So
Oh, I'd probably lean towards the M14.
yeah, I don't know. I guess I could see why people would maybe lean towards the M14, but I don't know. That M1 Grand, you know, the looks, um, the military heritage of it for how long it was in service.
Yeah, I don't really have any hard, solid reason why, because I would take either.
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody was just going to give me one of them and say, okay, you have to choose, that would be a hard choice to, which one you would choose. But, you know, so what what would draw you mainly towards the M14?
Um, like I said, I don't really have a reason. It's just that one. I, just the Grand or Garand, however it's pronounced properly, is iconic. Same with the 1911.
Yep.
But probably just more the era that it came from is why I would go M14.
Yeah. It's like why do people choose the AK over the AR or vice versa? It really comes down to the personal preference of it. And I know people like to call me a commie because I will always choose the AK over the AR.
Yeah, that is kind of common.
But think about how many countries in this world manufacture an AK or AK variant. How many wars has that AK been in?
Yeah, I'll always say I understand, what the AK is and what it can do. It's just not for me.
Yeah. And then you always fall back on that rugged reliability.
Well, it was built so ruggedly and poorly, it works no matter what.
If you watch TFB TV, he did a video where he took an AK and an AR and put them in a cooler with dry ice and froze them rock solid. And he was able to get the AK to fire, and it took him a lot more work and everything to be able to finally uh, get that AR to finally actually start firing. So it was a lot easier for him to once he got it to chamber that first round in the AK and fired it off. It ran fine right after that. It was just chambering of that first round that he had problems with. But a couple strikes to the ground, butt strokes to the ground, and it chambered up, and the party started. You know, if uh, if you watch the AK uh, operators union, Robski, he'll throw the AK into a Missouri swamp for a couple days, and then he pulls it out and does a mag dump, and they run. You know, that's part of his torture testing. Welcome, Calf Trooper. Thank you for showing up. Yes, like Warsaw points out, not to mention the M1 Grand's charging handle and rotating locking block is what they gave the AK's design. They make AKs in the United States, so that point is invalid at this time. Trying to go back and find a comment from Warsaw. I read that one about the AK design. Honcho Fett says his AK is American made. Warsaw says most parts kits are made with all made American made parts. The M1 Grand and the German STG 44 are the two rifles that gave the Russian the idea to make AK. Yep. So I hope everyone who's out in the crowd has gotten to spend a little bit of time on this Independence Day to reflect kind of why we have the day. You know, we fought for our independence over tyrants and a tyrant king, and you know, kind of sad that we have people out there today that are trying to fight to turn us to a communist country, which doesn't really sit well with me. I mean, they have their rights to their opinions, but if they want to turn the United States to a communist country, maybe they should go spend a couple of years in a communist country and see about coming back here and see if they still have that same idea. That's kind of my thoughts on that.
Well, the problem is they want to be communist, but they want to live off of capitalism.
Yeah, but if they if they would to get their way of a communist, you know, regime, there would be no capitalist foundation. And I don't understand how they can't understand that. It's pretty simple economics. Hmm, right? That shows true power when a country can own the weapons of its former adversaries. So what have you done for Independence Day, DM?
Took a nap. Uh, I worked last night, so when I came home, I took a nap so I'd be awake and fresh for your chat.
I just don't ever really go out shooting pistols. I'll take out the AK, the shotgun, but I definitely need to spend more time with my pistols.
I try and go 2 or 3 times a month, but that's mainly just because I pay a lot for the gun club that I joined. So I want to make
Yeah,
sure I get my money's worth.
yeah. That's why. I mean, I've looked in. We have a nice, gun club, but it's like, do I want to spend, like $120 a year for a membership? Yes, and what Warsaw is stating here, because people think they deserve everything on a platter. And the sad thing is that's the way a lot of parents have allowed their kids to be, think is that, you know, it's all going to get handed to them. Well, when you hit the real world, it's not going to be handed to you. It's definitely not.
It's just one of the unfortunate consequences of success. We have been such a successful country that, you know, we're able to give our kids everything, so it's easy for them, and that's what you want as a parent. But, the downside is everything's easy. And that's how they see it. That, you know, maybe they don't have to work that hard. There's still kids that come up and work, will work their asses off. But um, I think it's just, we've done so well that we've gotten a little soft.
Well, in the late '80s when they took discipline away from parents, it was kind of like the beginning of the fall of our society. You know, because parents stopped like with discipline and tried going to rewarding kids. Well, if I just give them what they want, they won't be so bad. Well, then those behaviors became worse, and then those kids had kids, and so that was the parenting that they had learned was okay. Well, I'll just give in instead of you know telling the kid no, sending them to their room, taking their toys from them, you know, or turning them across their knee and giving them a good spanking that they deserve. Now, there's a difference between discipline and abuse. And so, there are people, well, if you spank the child, you're abusing them. No, you're not. Now, if I take my belt off and I leave, a red mark or I leave a welt on a child, that's abuse, you know? But that's a whole different. So, yeah, sometimes, you know, parents just were at their wits' end with their kids, and so they turned them over to the military. They said, you know what? I'm just going to put my kid in military school. Or they went to the courts and said, hey, I can't, my kid is so out of control, I can't, you take him, you put him in military school or whatever, or the kid got in trouble and that was what the courts ordered was military school or military service.
Well, yeah, that's what, used to be go to jail or you could go to the military.
Yep. Now they don't do that. Now they just rather give the kid a felony charge and ruin the kid's life, you know, because at that point, once they've had that felony charge, they can never serve in the military.
Well, it got my brother-in-law was a army recruiter, and it got to where you couldn't even join if you had a DUI.
Yep. Yep. Well, You have any topics you want to speak about?
Uh, Not really.
I know that we we finally got rid of the Chaz or Chop, however you want to refer to it.
Yeah,
Those
I
are,
I just hope that that the Seattle mayor. I uh, I halfway believe she'll get reelected just because it is so liberal, but it is ridiculous what she let go on.
yeah, but that's Seattle is one of those kind of weird little areas, and I honestly I don't see her not being reelected because it's just so staunch Democratic in that Seattle, you know, King Pierce County area.
No, I agree.
You know, if we ask who's America's number one ally and friend, it's kind of really hard. But I mean, if you want to think, the Aussies will jump on our side, and they're always ready to fight when we're ready to fight. You know, even if Britain's telling them no, the Aussies are like, hell no, we're gonna still back America. You know, and
Yeah,
Poland is right there also.
before Trudeau, I would have said Canada.
Yeah, but for some parts, but I mean, even before Trudeau, Canada did kind of go against us on some things. But if you look back, you know, Desert Storm, Australia was ready to go with us. You look at Enduring Freedom and all those Aussies were right there ready to go with us. You know,
Yeah, I've never been to Australia, and I've only talked to a few Australians that you kind of run across in life. But to me, they've always seemed to have that same independent spirit that that the U.S. has. They're kind of outcasts and made their own way. They started out as a bunch of limey criminals and then made a country.
yeah, I I can see where Warsaw is going with that, and he is right. We do have a great relationship with Poland. You know,
Probably goes back to the Cold War when we were
yeah, but
supporting Lech Walesa.
there's only one part of this statement that I don't agree with, which is Vietnam was a police conflict until Clinton reclassified it as a war to give our troops the benefits that they truly deserved. It was not a war. It was a police conflict. Our troops were not allowed to fight without getting permission to return fire. So, you
Well,
know,
it kind of started out as a colonial conflict between the French and the Vietnamese.
Yep. But, you know, and now everyone's being taught that Vietnam was a war, and it wasn't. I had family members. My dad was in Vietnam. His brother was in Vietnam. And my uncle who married my mom's sister was also in Vietnam. And, you know, so that part of it does really hit like real close to home on it. And I grew up seeing firsthand the PTSD and everything that was associated with what happened in Vietnam. So, yep, we've had a long lasting relationship with Poland, and I can see where the argument that Poland would be our number one ally behind the scenes because they're not so outspoken. Like in the U.S., we don't get to see how outspoken and how much they really do love us over in Poland, and we get to see that kind of stuff with the Aussies and with the Kiwis. I mean the New Zealanders. As I got a bunch of friends that are Aussies who will always be like, "Oh, they're Kiwis." I'm an American, so I guess I don't get a dog in that fight. So
You want to give some crap away?
sure. Do you want? How do you want to do it? Do you want to? Are you going to do multiple different draws, or you going to just do all at once?
I've got a here. Let me turn on my camera. So I've got a bowl with there's 18 names, and I was just going to draw three, and I'll give away three prize packs. We'll call it.
You want to do one now, one after a bid, or you want to do all three of them now?
We'll just do all three now.
Okay, go for it.
Get her
Take
all
it away.
done. So the names have all been collected, collated, randomized, sodomized.
Hopefully not sodomized.
And I'll just choose three randomly. First one is Buck.
Gun-loving grandpa.
Loving
Congratulations.
grandpa. And our second name is Southpaw RX.
Congratulations, Southpaw.
And for the third and last one, Calf Trooper.
Hey, congratulations, Calf Trooper.
Trooper. So, I think everybody's here. Email me at Untact. What the hell is my email name?
I I
Address.
can I have a couple of their email addresses, so I can go ahead and forward you those email addresses that I have, and
Um,
and if you want to get a
yeah,
hold of them,
who's do you have?
I have Gun Loving Grandpa, and I have Southpaw RX.
Oh, okay. So that leaves Cav Trooper. I will put my email
I may
address out in the chat.
I may have. Let me quick double check. I may have Cav Troopers email.
Well, I'll just put my email out there anyway.
Yeah,
Um, so if you are Buck, Southpaw, Cav Trooper, email me your address and I'll send out um, some swag for you guys. And one of you will get a flag that was donated by Kingpin. He contacted me and wanted to add. So he's going to send me the flag, and then once I get that, I'll box it up and throw it in one of the boxes, and one of you is going to get a flag. He's Kingpin is a really good guy, really generous. So there's my email out there. And if someday, some way, somehow, I ever hit 500, I'll give this away. Oops, can you see that? This is my one of my Continental coins.
oh crap!
That's
I was trying to. How do
all
I?
right. Um,
There we go.
one of
I
my
was trying to figure out how to make it solo for you, not kick you from the crowd.
one of my John Wick Continental coins. It's only silver because I can't afford the gold ones. But if I ever hit 500 someday, I'll give that away. I bought an extra one just to give away to somebody. Congrats to everybody. And you'll get everybody will get at least one patch, some stickers, and then I'll try and dig up some other cool stuff I'll throw in a box and send that out. Can't guarantee how quickly I'll get to it, but sometime soon. And again, I just want to thank everybody that subscribes to my channel. It's an honor to have people look at my stuff and subscribe. Oh,
Oh, you're still on full screen.
oh, okay. I thought you kicked yourself out of the chat.
Nope, nope. Nope, but I am still there. I'm just looking for the. I know I have Southpaw's address.
Well, you can do it later. You don't have to do it right now.
I sent you bucks. Okay, well, I, there's yeah, it's in there. I have about a billion. So again, congratulations, Cav Trooper and Gun Loving Grandpa. and Southpaw RX. So uh, I know I've been attempting to move some of my stuff over to Gunstreamer as a backup, and I, I went through and a bunch of people that have Gunstreamer accounts, like Rich White, Cav Trooper, Warsaw Patriot, uh, Black Cat Outdoors, Gizzard Gary, um, the Gun Snob, Clover Tack, a bunch of them that have it. I went through and subscribed to them over there. So no, Warsaw Gunstreamer is alive and well. They they partnered with GunCritic.com, and so they are still around. Um, Trying to see if I can find their email. That was yeah. They've got to come back from the so Gunstreamer. Yes, it's still alive and kicking, and right there. Here is from Gunstreamer. From the Gunstreamer, it says, just over a week ago, we had the difficult task of notifying you that during struggling times, our platform was at risk. Due to forming a relationship between Gunstreamer and the Gun Critic team, today we are thrilled to announce that Gunstreamer platform is alive and well. With support from the Gun Critic team, not only will Gunstreamer platform continue onward, it will grow to exciting new heights. We thank you all for your support and your patience. We're looking forward to writing a new page with you in the future on this platform. And that was sent out on July 1st. So, Gunstreamer is still alive and kicking, and will be a great backup platform in the time of unknown with how YouTube is going about. So, Gun Loving Grandpa's in the crowd and says thank you. Who won the Nathan's hot dog eating contest? So, this just in, breaking news from the wife. Miki Sudo, whatever, Mikisudo, dominated the field, setting a women's record by eating 48 and a half hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes. And Joey Chestnut, meanwhile, won the men's competition for the 13th time, breaking his own record of 74 hot dogs with the 75 in 10 minutes. He easily beat the competition with Baron Breed's 42 dogs, good enough for second place. So, breaking news. Yeah, even the woman ate more hot dogs than the second place dude did. So, the only thing I hope is with Gunstreamer is they kind of change their like layout a little bit. If they would kind of steal the idea from YouTube, so you can see your subscribers without actually having to see every video. Scroll through the videos to see, because when you click on subscriptions, the videos pop up, and so you got to go through and look at every one and look, and some of those videos are 3-4 months old, and so you got to sit there and go through all of those to be able to go, okay, well, I'm subscribed to this channel, and then I'm subscribed to this one. So if they could give us a list of who we're subscribed to, that would make it a lot easier. That's my only little gripe so far that I have about Gunstreamer. The fact that they show you how to go through and make it so that you can have your videos automatically link over to there. Like if you post it on YouTube, it'll automatically transfer over to Gunstreamer. I like that idea also. So, welcome, Nighthawk Medic. It is kind of awkward to use, but hopefully they will get some more things kind of um, figured out and fixed. But they are still a small platform and growing platform, so hopefully they you know get to be able to do a lot more of their dreams that they would like to do. And thank you again, Nighthawk Medic, for doing your great, awesome giveaway. And I'm honored to have won that $300 gift card. So thank you again. Yes, it is great to still see them alive. So if you're not subscribed to Nighthawk, he is a great dude. He got some awesome videos out there. Check him out. So that's all right. Rupan RX is out in the crowd. So Yeah, I was looking over the workaround that they have, and it doesn't seem like it'd be too hard. It just seems like you just got to take a little bit of time, and I just haven't put that effort into it yet. So I will. I'll definitely be looking into it. Welcome, Mr. Carolina EDCs. So, oh, we got Rona over there.
Sorry, I thought I muted.
Oh, so we got a lot of great little, you know, channels out here. Yeah, I mean, Rupian, he's been doing some really great videos. You know, even though he decided that he wanted to remodel his thumb and see how it felt to use a drill on it with a Phillips head bit. My only question is, are you gonna try that again, Rupian? Waiting for that response of, I wasn't attempting to do it. So, do you have anything you want to talk about, Mr. Faust?
Uh, nothing, nothing offhand.
How's that masking order going over?
Oh Lord, it's our governor now has mandated that you wear a mask outside or inside if you can't stay 6 feet away from anybody else, and he's requiring businesses to enforce that. And I kind of from the start I knew he would end up doing that because he cannot make it to where the police enforce it. So since the state has, a lot of influence over business, um, a lot of control over them, he's mandated that businesses enforce that rule, where they cannot serve somebody um, who's not wearing a mask. Otherwise, they get in trouble.
So, my question: you go into a sit down restaurant, you order your dinner. How are you supposed to eat your food or drink your drink if you have to wear a mask?
Well, that is one of the allowances that if you're eating.
See, I know King Inslee started it, and then the uh, the Queen in Oregon, Turd Brown, decided that she couldn't be outdone by King Inslee, and she had to go and do that same thing. But a lot of people are just saying, "Hell no, we're not going to comply down here." And I'll look and see if I can find.
There's supposed to be a bunch of lawsuits that were brought against Inslee over all this, but haven't really heard much, so I'm not sure what's going on with it. But it is absolute bullshit.
I'm looking for the.
Carolina EDC wants to know if you like his package.
It still hasn't shown up. It's not supposed to be here till Monday.
So you'll look at his package on Monday.
I will.
You'll undress his package.
Yep. So we have two Oregon State Patrol officers who are now on paid administrative leave who who decided that they did not want to wear uh, face masks and let's see if I can. OSP trooper on leave after Corvallis mask incident. So there was I think two of them that were in there. According to shop employees, four troopers in uniform came into the shop Wednesday morning without masks and were asked by shop employees to comply with the state order issued by Governor Kate Brown that requires masks indoor. The troopers refused to wear masks, and one trooper questioning Brown's authority and dropped the F-bomb in expressing his opinion of the governor. So, the people she thinks would back her order have decided that they were not going to do that. And they used a couple of explicit language while the International Space Station is flying the American flag and wishing everybody a happy Independence Day. So yeah, if she can't even get the state patrol office to follow her orders, how does she figure that her subjects, as she would like to refer to them, would follow that order? You quit giving $10 handies because now you're giving them to them for 50 cents. Oh, astronauts are racist.
Just to answer Carolina EDC review. Yeah, we did it about 20 minutes ago. You missed all the fun. He was wondering if we did the giveaway yet.
Oh, yes. Yes. We did give the giveaway. And again, congratulations to Southpaw RX, Gun Loving Grandpa, and Cav Trooper 19D.
Yeah, we had fireworks and a band and dancing girls and everything.
So, yep. Well, you're the one that spelled it. So Mr. Calf Trooper says that he just subscribed to Nighthawk Medic, Carolina EDC, and Pancake Boy. You, I don't know. You might want to drop that last one.
Oh, he's musophobic. He won't let me on his chat.
Yeah. Every once in a while, he'll send me a link, but he does his on Sunday nights, and waking up at 3 a.m. to go to work. I get to spend a little bit of time watching him or jumping in on his live stream, but I don't get to stay very long. So Defense Dad says it's starting to sound like a war zone. So they must be popping off fireworks over there in the future. Whereas we're still back here in the past with sunny days. It's only like 4:30 back here.
I saw Ozark Yeoman jumped in.
Welcome, Ozark Yeoman. So
They banned fireworks in our town, so you still hear them around, but there's not much that goes on now.
yeah, and then with the city probably not doing a fireworks show this year. Or are you guys going to get one where you just have to sit in your cars?
I don't know. I haven't heard. I would think they're not doing anything this year.
I know our town, they're going to do a fireworks show, but they're asking, they're not doing it from its normal location. They switched up the location so that it'll be easier for people to be able to see it like all over the city, so they don't have to have people gathering in one location. And they're going to play the music on the radio. But I still see more people piling up in business parking lots, gathering together. Defense Dad says it's 6:30 where he's at, and he's off at 7. That's a nice little idea there. He said he's going to head off to the range when he gets off work. So he, I'm just waiting to see the wife's new gun. I kind of got to see a little bit of it, but I didn't get to hold it when we were at the gun store. She got to molest it and everything, and the so when it was ordered from guns.com, they didn't forward the local FFL the phone number. They just gave the email address. So they didn't have any way of the store didn't have any way of notifying uh, us that the gun was in, except via email.
So what was it again? What did you get her?
Sig P320 RXP X Compact. It came with the Sig Romeo Pro, Romeo One Pro or whatever. And it's their X frame. I'm not too sure about all of that. So hopefully, hopefully she'll like it. I do know that we're probably going to end up getting her a different grip frame, uh, because the factory is a medium, so we'll probably order a small grip frame so that its circumference is a little smaller, so it'll fit better in her hands. So I'm just kind of waiting to on ordering like more mags until after she gets to go through and shoot it and find out if she likes the 9mm. If not, then I'll order her the exchange kit and either change it to a 40 or a 357 SIG. Welcome, Mad Sexy. I see we got Mario out in the crowd also. So so yeah. Well, I know there is a lot of veterans in and out of these chats. So 40 is a damn good carry caliber, and I'll run that 40 all day, every day. So Nighthawk says that he started as a 91B, converted to a 91W, and then to a 68W. So we have any questions out there in the crowd? Anybody want to jump on the panel for a little bit? Discuss anything? Do we have anyone who's looking at any new firearm purchases in the near future? I don't know. That There you go. There is a link. Go ahead, jump on in if you want to, Nighthawk. I don't know. The feel of a 40 going off in your hand or a 10 millimeter, there's just nothing else. You know, and so have you finally got your tungsten in yet? Or are you still on back order, Faust?
Everything's still on back order.
Hopefully you get that tungsten pretty soon. That tungsten will help out that G20. Welcome, Nighthawk Medic.
Hey, gang. How's the day?
It is going great.
Man, I'm glad to hear it.
How's yours going?
Hey, not too bad for an old fat guy. We took the wife and did her first smoke grenade deployment today. And I tell you what, for those of us who are in the service who are accustomed with using grenades, when you say the word grenade to somebody, doesn't matter what the modifier after that is, their whole persona changes. And so my wife deployed her first smoke grenade and squealed and ran away from it like it was high eggs. But it was fun, and I picked up a couple of new firearms for review this week. If I don't know, how do you guys feel about Canics?
You know, the thing is I've never shot one. I would love to, go ahead and shoot one and stuff. I'm never gonna say that any firearm is just complete trash because maybe that's gonna be the only one somebody could afford. I don't prefer high points, but that's just my preference. If somebody else wants to have a high point, more power to them. The fact if they want to carry, that's all that I care about. Are you willing to support that Second Amendment?
And I think I'm the same way. Most of my reviews are targeted around $500, $400 guns in that range. And, because that's kind of the everyman carry, right? That's what the person who's going for the first time goes out to the store is. They're usually looking at a mixture of how much it's going to cost me economically, as well as is it something I can manage. And really, from what I've observed, that was always kind of even a secondary consideration. Budget is usually the first consideration. I have been impressed by the Canic series. The TP9, the SF Elite S, those type pistols have just been incredible. And I'm actually starting a series on literally where I go to the gun store, buy a weapon, and deploy it, and see if it'll shoot right out of the box, and shoot consistently right out of the box for that very reason. Because I think you're exactly right. People have to be carrying to defend themselves.
Yep. And more and more with the technology we have today, a lot of those guns are going to be able to, you buy them and take them right out to the range and shoot them. Is it recommended? No gun recommends it. But every gun should be able to function that way.
And I think in our modern world, you're exactly right. You should never, ever, ever in a million years have a weapon in our modern world that doesn't come out of the box and perform. The MC1 by Mossberg was such a big, such a really well touted weapon, but there were so many problems with it. And a 500 round break in on a modern compact that you're going to put in a housewife's hands is a nightmare. That's almost unbelievable. Mario, I am from Tennessee, home of the wild rednecks. Mossberg got cranky with me about my video, but I told him I'm not going to ever tell somebody that a weapon will run that doesn't run.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're putting your reputation out there, and you want people to be able to trust you. Yeah, all these manufacturers and everybody else, they have a reputation that they want to uphold too. But you know, we're just we're just small channels. We're just a drop in a large river, and we have to grow our base upon our honesty, our integrity, and our moral values.
Yep, that's exactly right. Uh, another piece, if we're, talking about American made weaponry, I picked up the FMK yesterday. This thing came in with a Burris fast fire on it. And I tell you what, this is a really nice pistol, too. Um, from the standpoint, if you're looking for something affordable, entry level, but also maybe, if you're looking to get into competition type shooting, things of that nature, this is a U.S. made line. Pretty cool. A bunch of new stuff out there, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of newer firearms coming out, and you know, man, I would love to be able to get my hands on a lot more, but I'm not getting anyone to send me T&Es. So
Yeah, it's not easy. Um, old what's it called? It just ignored my email last week. Palmetto State trying to get a hold of that new $300 Glock copy. Uh, so I'm gonna have to wait and buy it online like everybody else. They probably, when I told them that I wanted to do an evaluation of the weapon, they probably went, "Oh hell no." uh, So, hang on. Mario, I am from Chattanooga, Tennessee, or just outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, my friend.
I have been by there.
It is a gorgeous little town, and liberty is still strong here. We have a propensity to give our politicians hell when they don't do things the way they should here, and so we tend to still remain free.
Yeah, I when I was moving from Washington State to Simpsonville, South Carolina, I did the Memphis Loop probably 15 times,
Oh, yeah.
trying to. The wife was like, "Oh well, there's this country highway that you can take, and we'll be able to drop straight down from Memphis and go down to like Atlanta and be able to or someplace else. Oh, I guess it would have gone straight across to like to Greenville or something. And yeah, we finally found it. They were having a block party on it. They had it shut down, and no one was able because they were having some party, some city dance, street dance party on there. So we ended up having to play chicken with traffic out in Nashville, Tennessee, because we kept missing our cutoff there to go to find this other road that we come to find out wasn't going to be finished until like the middle of 2012, and so we were like 4 months early on being able to actually drive the new road. Ended up having to drive down through Chattanooga, so that was kind of fun getting to have have those kind of experiences when you're driving a U-Haul towing a trailer with a car on it.
Our road construction around here is somewhat legendary. Uh, so Ozark Yeoman just put up at Defense Dad. I couldn't own both the PPQ and the VP9. It'd be like two prodigies competing for Dad's attention. Ozark, let me tell you, man, I have both of those and the Glock 17, and there are days where I wake up and go, "Who have I neglected?" It's like having children. It honestly is.
It's one of those ones where you go, okay, you're my Monday gun, you're my Tuesday gun, you're my Wednesday.
Yep. It's the Glock 19 that I have on my hip right now. I carry that thing with me every day. I just did a 5,000 shot review on it. It's one of the best pistols I've ever owned in my life, and that's coming. I've been carrying Glock 19 since the Gen 3 and the Gen 4, and I realized that I practice or I shoot so many guns, preparing to do evaluations of them, that my carry gun gets less attention than possibly other weapons would. I think for a lot of people, when we start collecting, we forget about certain weapons, and it's crazy to forget about the one on your hip.
Yeah, or you start doing a little bit of changes to your carry, and then you don't go practicing with it after you make your changes. And so you start shooting other guns, you know, and then you get yourself involved with a challenge and you realize how crappy that you're doing because you haven't been practicing with that one that you carry on a daily.
Yeah, it's so critical to stay on that EDC. Rich White's been carrying his P365 or the CZP10 lately. I love my 365. I've got a local gunsmith who actually made me a new firing pin for mine when they were having trouble with them. We've got some amazing gunsmiths out here. But 365 is a great deep concealment. I've been running another really good deep concealment is I've been running the 43X with the new 15 round magazines in it, and that's a great deep concealment.
Now,
Fits appendix real well.
did you switch out your mag release to a metal
Oh
mag?
yeah, oh yeah. Shield Arms actually, when I went and did the order for it, the guy from Shield Arms actually said, "And for $23, we're also going to send you the." He assumed the sale. It wasn't even a question. It was, "We're sending you a metal mag release because I don't want you to screw up your mag release and get mad at us."
See, like in my G23, I have the extended mag release from the Glock store with the teardrop,
Oh yeah.
and I had spent at the time when I ordered mine, there was a sale for the aluminum mag release that actually fits inside. So
Yep.
I have the metal that goes with, and so when you have on your factory Glock mags, there is a metal um, piece on there, so you don't actually have to worry about having that aluminum mess up your polymer mag. So
Defense Dad's looking for a low budget 380 pocket carry. Um, I'm going to say, for me, LCP. Who else has one? Who else has an opinion?
well, I mean, there's a few good uh, low budget uh, 380s. I guess it all depends upon what you want to call as a low budget. I mean, if we're talking $400-$500 range, you've got the Glock, which they have a 380 out there, which a lot of people overlook.
Smith and Wesson Easy.
The Smith and Wesson
Yeah.
Easy.
I got a
That's a nice
Diamondback
pistol.
380.
Then Diamondback out of Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Yep.
Has
I was
that.
like 279, 269, something like that.
I still like the P3AT, but you have to break that pistol in. You have to spend time with that pistol. 738 TCP by Taurus. That's another one.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first gun review I ever did. Yeah, Rich says LCP2 if you don't mind a snappy little gun. Yeah, a lot of people forget when you get a small gun, it's going to throw you.
Yeah, but that Glock 42, like Rupan, says, is his favorite little 380.
Oh yeah.
I used to have the 42. It was snappy. It was snappy for being that small.
Yeah, but I mean, they make a tungsten steel guide rod that you could slap right in there, and that will help with your recoil and help put some weight on that nose to kind of help keep that down.
Muzzle flip doesn't bother me as much as the gun's coming straight back at me, and people say, "Well, that seems silly. That's what your arm's designed to absorb." I find it tires my hands out faster on compacts. I wear out shooting 400 or 500 rounds through a 365, whereas I can take a 19 or a 17 or any full size PPQ and shoot that all day.
Well, yeah, that and a lot of those your smaller sub compacts, your smaller single stacks and like revolvers. What a lot of people get is that fatty part in between your thumb and your finger.
Yep.
In your webbing, that will kind of like become tender.
Yeah, the Hellcat beat the crap out of me. Great little pistol, but it absolutely beat my hands to pieces. I hated that. Rupin RX says G42 is easier to shoot than a Smith, and I'm behind him on that. Who else has an opinion?
I have not shot the Smith, so I can only say the side out of the G42. I have shot that at a range.
Yeah, I haven't tried the only the 42.
Yeah, I haven't shot either. For 380, I like the PPK. It will chew. I got kind of chunky hands, so it will bite me. But it is so accurate. I love it.
I have an East German one that is a part of my collection, and that thing kicks my butt. I get a hammer whip from it every time.
That's what. Basically, I carry one or two guns. Normally, it's my P30, and if it's not the P30, then it's the PPK.
Yeah, good, reliable pistol. Ozark Yeoman just commented that the BG it fits his a little weird shape. His weird shape hand's better than the Glock. Might not be the same for others, and I think a lot with concealed carries, especially those real small 380s, is about hand shape. Um, those of us who do a lot of work with our hands tend to have real thick hands. People who do a lot of work with their brain tend to have thinner hands. So yeah, I will tell people that come to me and ask me to buy a pistol that they have to put every pistol in the world in their hands before they ever try, make a decision about it.
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
take people out and let them shoot the guns that I have, and I will advise them to find. A lot of gun ranges have ones that you can rent. And just going to a gun store and spending a day or a couple days, grabbing the gun, manipulating the gun, and seeing how does it fit in your hand. You know, because I can tell you, hey, the G43 is the best handgun that you'll ever come across. That's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the best handgun for every single person, because some people are going to be recoil sensitive that won't be able to handle a 40 cal.
Rupon RX mentioned the Walther PK380 a little bit earlier, and I have one, and I like it, but I've got one of the ones that's ammo sensitive, and they seem to either work great out of the box or they're really picky out of the box. So I don't trust it, so I won't carry it.
Yeah, 1911s. I have a couple of $1,400 1911s that won't run, and that irritates the living crap out of me.
Usually the higher end firearms like those 1911s, they're real picky with ammo. So
Yeah, you're exactly right. When I
Ammo
have
or
ball
mags?
feeds, though, my dang Remington R1 R51 rather will run every time.
Yeah, a lot of what I hear is that 1911s are going to be they'll either eat anything you put at them through any mags that you put in them, or they're going to not like anything and they're going to be really picky on the mags that you have.
I
But
reviewed a 1911 Commander by a Turkish company a couple of weeks ago, or about 3 weeks ago, and that thing was using. They sourced Metgar for the magazines on that thing, and it ran like a champ, man. And I got to thinking about that. You know, Metgar's starting to partner up with a lot of companies for that very reason. Uh, not everybody who makes a pistol is necessarily good at making great magazines.
like
And
Sig
yeah,
uses Metgar.
yep. I like to see kind of that level of specialty because uh, that means more focus on those things. Ozark said he likes to wear loose pants. Apparently, he can pocket a shield very comfortably. I have no problem pocketing pistols that other people say they have a hard time pocketing, Ozark. So I understand that.
I can pocket my G43.
Yeah.
I can pocket in my coat. Like when it's cold outside and I have to throw my coat on, I can pocket carry my jugs.
Oh yeah.
Now that's a gun to try pocket carrying.
Oh yeah. That's a big. Well, depending on the length of the barrel, mine's 6-inch barrel, so it's not really a pocket carry.
It's the 3-inch barrel, 3-inch cylinder.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's got so you can run the 2 3/4 or the 3-inch 410 shells.
I don't know, G23. How do you feel about uh, advocacy in your channel, brother? Before I talk,
Uh, I have no. It's a pretty open platform, you know.
so I wanted to mention briefly. Full 30 has launched a militia of sorts. It's more of an advocacy group, and we're pulling people in who are patriots that have gotten to the point where they feel like action needs to be taken, but they're not wanting to do something crazy, right? So we're in between insanity and no action right now. And what we're looking to do as a collective group is to begin to take action that does not threaten the individual patriot's ability to continue working, does not threaten the individual patriot's ability to interact socially with other people. And so we're of course looking to see those type people over on the Full 30 forum. Um, Come talk to me over there. I'm actually pulling people in, and we're starting political advocacy groups for that very reason, for both gun rights, but also free speech rights. You know, we
Yep.
come here on YouTube. We want to be able to talk about our free speech, our ability to talk about anything and everything. And there's fear, you know, as you mentioned earlier, that that may become a limit in the future. And so advocacy now goes a big way. Just a
Yep.
little shout out to that group.
I know the Second Amendment Foundation is also kind of doing that same kind of thing, but they're doing more for like the grassroots of getting more into the political side of trying to help shape the laws and stuff in your local jurisdiction.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I did sit in on their uh, webinar that they did.
Yep. And the more of those groups that we get going, you know, the better chance we have of having some long range impact. Um, and so we have currently about 42 members that are active throughout the country, and we're looking to expand that further. Like I said, we're lawyer approving emails and all those things that one needs to do to ensure that your advocacy group has impact without endangering your personal life. Thank you. Anyway,
Yep.
I'll get off that. uh,
I was looking at this Ozark. It says I've got coming and going nerve pain in my right hand. Getting an apex trigger, still 5 pounds with a manual safety.
I had carpal tunnel syndrome real bad a few years back. It started to affect my ability to shoot well, and that woke me up. Right, I started to do something about it.
Now, how often do you practice weekend?
So this is embarrassing. I'm actually going to do it for a video to be funny, but I actually shoot akimbo sometimes just for fun. So weekend for me is pretty consistent. When you're in the service, they kind of teach you at some point you're probably going to lose your strong hand. I could remember just as kind of a case in point in one grenade range, we had a instructor telling us you should assume that you're going to be injured at some point when you're doing something, and so I've always kind of run that theory. Every time I go to the range, I shoot weak hand, strong hand, and I've gotten to the point now that there's no longer a weak hand. Really, I still can't write for crap with my left hand, but
I'm able to write with my left hand because when I was playing sports and going to school, I would injure my right hand all the time. And so the teachers got fed up with the excuse of, hey, my hand's injured, I can't do my homework. Or I can't take this test because I've injured my hand. So they forced me to learn how to write with my left hand.
Now you know that Midnight Range is gonna run with that, right?
Yeah, I know. Giving him ammo for his hatred of the lefty.
well, I was born left-handed, but then I went to Catholic school. And so those of you who remember Catholic schools in the 1970s, you weren't allowed to be left-handed.
Even a lot of public schools back in the 60s and 70s where it would force kids to learn to write as a righty. So we kind of have a chat going on out there. No safeties on my pistol. From one side.
I have always viewed a safety as a mechanical item that is bound to fail at some point. Having been in a couple of self-defense situations, the first one I was in, I had a problem with the safety. The next two, I never had a weapon again that had a safety on it. So I'm kind of a no safety guy. If it's in my holster, it's safe. If it's out of my holster, it's safe until my finger goes on the trigger. You know.
Now, and a lot of people will say, well, I have a Glock. It doesn't have safeties. Or I have a M&P. It doesn't have safeties. But every gun has a safety. They may have passive safeties, but every single one still has a safety. You know?
Yeah, I think when most people think of safety, though, they're thinking of a trigger safety, like an active trigger safety. I would agree. A Glock has two different safeties on it, right? Most pistols, striker-fired pistols, do.
Yeah. Or even some of your 1911s. You know, if you look at like what's it? The Beretta 92 that has the plunger on the inside, and it has a manual safety on the outside. So it has a passive and a hard safety, a manual safety.
You know, looking at Rupan RX's conversation chain there. So as a former combat medic, I've seen service people hurt themselves in so many different ways that I would never attribute that to the equipment. Sometimes it has to do with stupid. Um, but the Beretta 92, I've had the Beretta 92 as a carrier pistol in my plate carrier for 15 years. And then I had it in the service for my entire service career and never had an issue with it. I think really safety is in the mind. And there comes Mario right back with that, right?
Yep. So a lot of us are kind of on that same, little like wavelength of, you know, the ultimate safety is going to be the person behind the tool.
I
You
think
know,
there's some good preventative measures in your weapon not being, uh, you know, hairpin, right? I carried for years early on because we were so poor that we couldn't afford anything else. I carried a uh, Turkish Browning high power, an FEG, and that thing had, after I removed the magazine safety from it, that thing had about a 3.5 pound trigger pull. So I had to be hyper conscious of reholstering that weapon, uh, because if it stuck on anything, it would have been a nightmare.
so like I have a hard fast rule on that is just my like for personal. I don't really mess with triggers for like aftermarket. There'll be people that, oh well, it's got a 5 pound trigger, but we need to drop that to a 3.5 pound, a 4 pound, a 2 pound trigger, and they want that in their EDC. I'm like, thinking, well, if you accidentally discharge because, in a heightened stress situation, you bump and that trigger goes off, you're going to be answering to that in a court situation. Or,
Well,
if you use the gun in a self-defense situation and a ante to a DA decides, well, you've done all this trigger modification to it. Were you not looking for a fight?
yeah, I think the time is over that we can assume those people aren't smart enough to go looking for those things. Somebody, I reload my self defense ammo, and people get cranky about that. Uh, what I mean is, I load my own, rather. And people get cranky about that because they say, well, that shows intent to kill. And talking to my lawyer about it, he said, why would you put yourself in a situation where somebody who knew just enough to be dangerous would be able to turn it against you? And I think he's right, right? You know what I mean? Modifying a pistol in any way, shape, or form, especially something that you're carrying for self defense, kind of leads to that. So that's one of the reason I do gun reviews again, is getting people into a weapon that does what they need it to be able to do. And so talking about a 5.5 pound trigger, a 2 pound trigger, a 6 pound trigger up front kind of helps people with that. I like Colt Commanders and 1911 Commanders and 9mm, because when those things go to double action, that's a beautiful trigger. You know what I mean? That's a great trigger. But if you keep the hammer down on it and you're in a situation on an initial draw, it's a longer pull, so you have some time to think about it. Everybody has a different thought. Mario says that that's retarded. Stock triggers and go. Yeah, Mario, I'm kind of in that camp these days.
Now, there's not a. I don't see a problem with like switching out from, you know, like if you have a Glock trigger, some people don't like the way the little like safety or whatever your little detent in the trigger doesn't always sit flush when you put your finger on there. So they'll want to drop an apex trigger in there, or they'll want to drop a flat face trigger in there. Something like that, which is cosmetic, and you're not changing the factory trigger uh, like weight. I don't really see too much of a problem with something like that, or putting extended um, takedown, extended slide lock, mag release, stuff like that. That's more cosmetic stuff, like that's not going to really be able to be used truly against you. If you put a tungsten guide rod in there, you can even argue it in front of a jury that that tungsten's going to really do nothing except add more weight to the front end. It's going to help with the muzzle rise and stuff, but it's not going to make your gun function really any better. It's not. You're not really changing a whole lot that you could then say, oh well, because he put that tungsten rod in there, he was out looking for a fight.
Yeah, I think also sometimes we have a propensity to um, give them credit for intelligence that they don't have. Uh, I know that. So really, being above reproach in your self-defense situation is another big key to that, right? So uh, making sure that you're minding your p's and q's and not drawing your weapon or doing a bad shoot goes a long way towards there being less of a trial. There's no guarantee, and some of us, unfortunately, are paying for our own freedoms to be taken away from us by living in places and paying taxes to communist regimes. But um, I know that making sure it's a good self-defense situation goes a long way towards not having to have those conversations too.
Yeah, and like I've talked to a couple of my coworkers uh, into they were pro gun, but they weren't like pro me having a gun. They never really thought about themselves actually having it. They didn't give a crap if anyone else had guns, but they just never were like, I want one. And one of my coworkers, he turned 21 in January, and so you know, and then all this happened. You know, and he was leaning towards getting a firearm and everything, but he wasn't 100% sure about anything. And so I kind of helped him and everything, and he ended up picking himself up a M&P 2.0 in 9mm. He was able to get a pretty good deal on that, and so he's gone to getting his concealed weapons permit now. So
That's awesome. I've got right now 3 coworkers that are going shooting with me to start their pathway. I've got one tomorrow in the morning and one of the other ones in the afternoon tomorrow. Because I know that is really what we have to do, is to influence and change other people, their perspective on it. Right now, people are afraid, so they're buying weapons. Training them and helping them be adequate with them and showing them that, hey, even if everything calms down now, being armed is a great idea. That's the way to go, sir. That gives us more advocacy. Rich said something interesting. A prosecutor who is heck bent on getting a conviction will say that a tungsten guide rod did make your gun shoot better based on your testimony, and that lowers the muzzle rise. Don't volunteer info. And Rich, I agree. That goes back to not giving them credit for intelligence that they don't have, and certainly not volunteering information that will have you prosecuted. A good
well, yeah,
lawyer will tell you shut up.
yeah, yeah. If it comes down to you actually, you've discharged your firearm in a shooting, it was just and whatever. Honestly, hopefully you have like carry insurance. You have USCCA or any of the other companies out there that are doing carry, and I like the USCCA because you can say, you could have done the shooting, so you're justified, and you tell somebody else, hey, call 911, and you pull out your phone and you call your insurance company, and you say, hey, I've just been in this situation. I need a lawyer. And they're going to dispatch a lawyer to you. And like one of USCCA's thing was a father and son were at a barber shop, and the dad ended up shooting two guys that came in to rob the store. And before the police could even get on scene, USCCA had already had a lawyer there and
Yeah,
ready
I
to
saw that one.
represent him before the cops could even get on scene.
Yep. That's beautiful. That is definitely beautiful. That's why I have carry insurances for that very reason. But I think people forget that what you do in that first 20 seconds after that is the most critical point. Sweep to see if there's any more danger. Get your weapon in a safe position. Call for backup. Call for help rather, and then shut up. I know that in my area of the world, 911 operators can get a bonus if the conversation they have leads to a tip that has somebody arrested for a crime. And so, yeah, be careful when you're talking,
Yep.
whether it be 911, the police, anybody.
Yeah, if you have to call 911 yourself, my advice is dial 911. There's been a shooting at this address, or there's been a shooting in this location. I need police, and then hang up.
Yeah, there's a little script on the back of my card. It says,
Yep. It tells you.
911, help. I've been attacked. There's been a shooting. I need police.
Yep. But don't volunteer, any kind of information, just short and sweet and hang up. Then call your insurance or, call your attorney if you already have an attorney. Because, like USCCA, say you already have an attorney on retainer, they'll cover your attorney's costs. So if you can call your attorney at 2:00 in the morning or whenever, you have a direct link to them. You can call them and say, hey, I'm at this situation. I need you here. And your insurance is going to start paying them at that moment in time. And they're going to pay to get you out of jail.
Yeah, my family attorney is a comedian. He'd tell me it's free lodging. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, I have a friend, and she's an attorney, and I know I can just call her personal cell phone, anytime I need something, and be like, hey, I need you. And she's going to do what she has to do.
Yeah, that is I think the luxury that most Americans don't have. And part of the fear right now is people wondering, what do I do? It's one thing to be properly armed. It's really kind of the next level. The most common question I hear about those carry insurances is, does anybody know anybody who's actually had to use this stuff? You know what I mean? Um, for the average person, it feels like a scam. We spend our entire lives paying for insurances for different things, and you're not sure, if you're ever going to use it or not. And you hope to God you never use that insurance. But
yeah, my carry insurance is one insurance I don't have a problem paying, and hope and pray I never have to use it.
So
that was when I got my first pistol. First thing I did was get my concealed carry, and second thing was carry insurance.
Yeah.
Solo Yacker, There is a link out in the crowd if you want to go ahead and jump in here. So, yeah, go ahead, guys. Carolina, do you carry insurance?
I think you fell asleep.
So,
Yeah, I have CCW Safe. I wanted USCCA, but our state attorney general banned them from the state, so they can't do business in Washington right now.
yeah, it wasn't that part of the 1693 that they got.
It was separate, but it was about the same time. Just because he said that it was insurance, it could be insurance for an illegal act, which is absolutely false because they won't cover you if you're doing an illegal act.
And the thing right there in like the USCCA, they'll, whatever money that they have put up, if they realize that you are wrong or you're found guilty, you have to repay that. If you claim that it was completely just and you tell and you lead them to believe and you lead your attorney to believe that you are 100% just, and then all of a sudden a mysterious video pops up that shows that you were the agitator, you were the guy that actually instigated it, or a woman that instigated it, they're going to say, you know what, you're repaying us that $1 million that we spent on you.
One of my friends just texted me. Apparently, he's watching the stream. He said, "You guys are starting to sound like a USCCA commercial for old people."
Oh,
well, I think that goes back to the concept. I think sometimes people forget how critical insurance is. I've reached the age where I up my life insurance pretty consistently. So I'm in the gold packages for self defense carry. I think right now, especially, people should look into that. There's been a couple of instances now. We saw that husband and wife standing on their front lawn, armed because they felt threatened by the crowd of people who breached their perimeter.
yep. We saw the video of Chili's.
Yep.
Now, was she right or was she wrong when she deployed that weapon? You can argue that both sides.
And I think, boy, there's so much that goes into that. Somebody said something to me the other day. Said, Paul, you have a firearm, three magazines, pepper spray, a pocket knife, and a blunt object on you at all times. He said, are you preparing for war? I said, no, I'm trying to keep from shooting somebody. And
but in some states, that less than lethal, pepper spray, taser, or whatever, is still considered a deadly weapon.
Yep. Yeah, but if a cop shoots somebody who's pointing it at him, it's not all of a sudden, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that probably we've got such a varied setup that everybody, you never know, and the legal precedents in one place can dictate in the other place. The threshold for deploying pepper spray is significantly lower than the threshold for deploying a firearm. I always feel like so many people, particularly CCW holders, carry a hammer around with them, but they don't often have a screwdriver. And I'd like to see more people carry a screwdriver. There's Solo.
Welcome, Solo Yacker.
What's going
So,
on, buddy? Solo Yacker here.
for some of the people that don't know who you are, why don't you give a little rundown of who you are and what your channel is all about?
Oh man. Whoa. All right. Perfect. Just to let everybody know, I am from Florida, which is not a traditional open carry state. But while you're fishing, hunting, or camping in the state of Florida, you can open carry. And I'm that guy. I'm the guy that open carries while fishing, hunting, and camping. I've had some good experiences and some bad experiences with law enforcement. For the good ones, those good law enforcement, I'm okay with. For those that want to point guns at me, I'm not okay with. And just like everybody here that's a Second Amendment advocate that loves their Second Amendment, you know what I'm talking about. So, I just caught the back end of some of the story that you were talking about, and yeah, our rights are being trampled on, and we have to stand up for them. If we don't stand up right now, we are gonna lose everything.
Yep. So, did you get to go do your 4th of July shoot today?
Yes, I did.
How was that BMG?
Unfortunately, COVID infringed on my rights. We didn't get to shoot any 50s. We didn't get to shoot automatics because of COVID.
How does
Yeah, I
that
know.
work? I, I mean,
I don't know, man.
you would
It's
think
just frustrating.
you would think that when deploying the projectile out of that barrel would be at such a high temperature that COVID could not survive, because they do say that once it gets above 80 degrees
Yeah,
temperature outside, that COVID is not supposed to be able to be spread.
exactly. I think it's we're gonna give them the higher point. I think it's like 92 degrees or something like that. But once you hit 92 degrees, being outdoors, nothing. Yeah, like I'm not saying it can't be transmittable, but I'm just saying the effect is nothing. This whole COVID thing is garbage.
Yep.
Garbage.
I think a lot of us have that same sentiment, that same agreement that this is being overplayed a lot to infringe on all of our rights.
Yep. Oh, I can't agree with you more. You know, I'm I'm gonna let in another little part of context. When I was just a normal day guy, like I didn't care if people had guns. I didn't care if people want to express their First Amendment right. But until my rights were violated, was when I really started standing up. And especially right now, we have to stand up for something. If we want to give away our rights, you can do whatever you want, but I'm not that guy. I'm going to fight for your rights and everybody else's rights. You know, whether you like it or not, I'm going to fight for them. And we have to start standing for something, because we've kind of said, all right, we're going to let this go. We're going to be acceptable to what you think is right for everybody, but we're beyond that point. Right now, we are beyond that point, and we have to start fighting for something. You've got about, I think, 20 people on your stream. We have to start fighting for something. If it's whether it's gun rights or your First Amendment or whatever, find something to fight for and keep fighting for it.
So Solo Yacker, I was just talking earlier. We've established a group called the Full 30 Militia that's doing that very thing, is rights advocacy right now. And I think a lot of people are terrified because they've watched people be doxxed on social media to the point where, they can't work, right? It destroys their life. And that avenue, and I think the more we talk about avenues where they can actually express themselves in such a way and advocate without potentially exposing themselves to large scale doxing, I think we'll find more of those people coming out. In the beginning, the Patriot is a rare man because what he is trying to do is so potentially dangerous, right? And then
Absolutely.
once his cause succeeds, then people who may not have been able to commit at that higher scale will begin to join. And really, for everybody, looking into groups that are doing common sense type advocacy, who are talking to politicians, because let's be honest for a minute, the reason your conservative politician is not saying anything is because in reality, all they care about is a vote, and we have yet to give them permission to say anything because we've yet to tell them that what's going on is not right. Most of us have never said to our politician, hey, this is awful that this is happening, and I'm going to vote for you if you speak out against it.
Right. Now, and like you were saying about doxing, the same thing with any politician. It's all public record. Like people can find. I think a lot of politicians are. They don't go. They don't stick their neck out there. Some do. I know a couple,
Ted
and I'm sure
Cruz.
there's a few where you live and where I live and wherever. There's maybe one or two, but compared to the entire stream of all of them, they're all scared of that same thing about public records requests and knowing who they are and where they live and when did we start becoming scared? When did we become scared to stand up for something that we believe in? And that's, I think, I'm not gonna say millennials. I think it's a trend amongst most that they want to be the silent majority, and we're past the silent majority. If we have to be that outspoken. If you look at Moms Demand Action and March of Our Lives and BLM, which I don't even like Black Lives Matter, but they're so outspoken that when they speak it so much, it becomes truth, right? You hear something on the news, whether it's Fox or CNN or MSNBC or whatever, they say it so much that the people, the like average day people, think that it becomes truth. And when it becomes truth for them, that's when I have to people have to start doing research. People have to start looking at black and white. You have to look at something that's written on paper, whether it's the Constitution or your own state laws. Look at black and white. It's not, I get feelings. I understand people's feelings, but our rights are our rights. And I think a lot of people have gotten away from standing up for what they believe in and just going with the majority instead of the minority, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, Carolina,
Yeah. Can I comment on that?
yeah, I'll pass it around in just 1 second. He says, at Solo Yacker, I heard a sheriff in Florida going to deputize armed citizens during the rioting or anyone that tries to destroy their city. That was down Clark County.
I think that was
David.
almost like Central Florida region.
Yeah. I think his name's like David something.
Yeah. I wish every county was like that right now.
Yeah. So, Nighthawk Medic, what do you have to say about that?
So I'm disgusted at this guy, and I know that seems contrary to my character, but let me explain why. So it's to me, and this is my opinion, it feels like kind of just social commentary or justice blabber. There is a whole component of law enforcement designed to deal with this. There is a reserve law enforcement structure that they use to bolster their numbers at any point in time if they need to. So the concept of conscripting local firearms carriers as a defense force is just kind of ridiculous. And so for him to come out and say this and then to get the backlash that he got, right? And then to have to, because he came right back out and had to defend himself, is silly. You know what I mean? It's like he was just kind of posing for the cameras. He could have very well have said, "Hey, we're looking for reserve law enforcement officers. We'd like to go from the local population, maybe the CCW carriers, right? People that we know have a federal background check in place or not potential felons. And we want to recruit more people because as a county, we don't find the behavior of some of the people doing terroristic activities acceptable." And then there would have been no issue. You know what I mean? But what he actually did was put himself in a bad position.
Well, I understand what he was saying. And I'll play devil's advocate on this. Is he was more trying to give that subliminal message to people that did not want to follow the laws or anything, and they wanted to go looking to cause problems in his area. What my interpretation of what he was saying, and it's just my interpretation, was if we can't do it ourselves, then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in that militia. You know,
Yep.
he didn't call him a militia, but he said, we're going to bring in the people that, have CCWs. And the reason why he says that I will deputize them is to give them immunity from prosecution if they would actually have to deploy their weapon. That was the only reason why he said what he said, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong, and I could be over analyzing the entire thing.
That's kind of how I took it.
I go ahead.
I
Sorry.
agree with that too. Is to give we the people already have that right. We didn't need that sheriff or that chief or whoever. We didn't need them to already say that. We already have that right. But what I am saying, what I do agree with is saying, hey, we see that infringement, and if there's a sheriff that wants to give us that immunity, not saying I would abuse that immunity, I wouldn't abuse it, but the same principle. You hear all the people like, oh, the police and the military only need to have those types of firearms, right? Well, that deputy or that sheriff or whoever just gave us that. I'm not saying we already have that right. And once again, I'm already saying we have that right. But that sheriff, it was just reinstilling that into the people. And that's what I agree with them. But same principle, that immunity, and it goes back and forth, like that immunity is the one thing that saves a lot of police's butts.
I kind of took it as he's saying, don't try it here. The police aren't going to put up with it. Not only that, but we're going to tell the people you can take care of it.
Exactly.
Where I didn't see it so much as saying, well, they're working. Everybody who has a gun is going to work for us. More as telling the rioters, you're not only dealing with us, you're going to have to deal with the homeowners because we're going to back them to protect themselves.
Yeah.
Well, but he could say that. And Defense Dad just brought up both Defense Dad and Mario brought up good points. So the reality of it is that those, and as Solo has pointed out so correctly, those are rights that we already have to defend ourselves, right? So going out and saying or announcing on a social media platform that you're going to deputize large numbers of people, firearm carriers, just sounds like pitting one group of people against another, right? Again, going back to the concept of a reserve police force, my hometown has recruited reserve police officers anytime they needed extra backup. And what they've done is they've gone to the CCW carriers and said, hey, you guys have federal background checks. Now, who's ex law enforcement? Who's retired law enforcement? Who was military police?
Military.
You know? Yeah, they were looking for people who already know how to do that. What he effectively did was put a target on his back for future elections, as well as potentially putting one side of the population against another side of the population.
Agreed. I see all aspects of it, but I do understand because we are seeing some of this rioting and the looting, and whether it be whatever the one that happened with Karen and Ken or whatever that meme was going on around right now. What up, brother?
The one with them in their front yard.
Yeah. Right in their front yard in a private residence. When people get threatened saying, hey, we're going to take your life, I agree with they should be able to do whatever they want, stand in their yard saying, hey, if you come any further into my yard, I'm gonna end this. Was what they did and how they handled their firearms the best way? No. I could definitely sit here and say Karen definitely could use some firearms training, but at the same point, I get why they were out there defending their property. They had a lot of people infringing and trying to encroach on them. I would, like, I've got a year-old in my house. If that was to ever happen, I'll take that. I personally would take that chance to say, something, if I got to go to jail for it, at least I defended my family. And for them, they defended their property and their lives because they were they said they were threatened with their lives. What do? You got 300 people, 400 people, however many it was. What do you do? And we've already seen all the stuff that's been happening. What do you do?
And part of it, which there's videos that have been removed from like YouTube and from other places, other platforms, that did show at least one person in the crowd that displayed a magazine from a firearm and said, we'll be back for you, and this is coming.
Yeah.
So them having the guns, kind of, maybe a lot of what they were saying of them being threatened, is true, but until you get all the facts, it's hard to Monday morning quarterback the situation,
right.
Without all the facts.
Or without being there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like from what we've heard from all the stuff, whether it be from the news groups or whatever, we've heard that there was the threat of violence, and there was 300 to 500 of them. I don't know exactly. I wasn't there. I've seen a lot of the videos. When there's that threat of violence, and you've seen that violence with, it's not even just, let's just say this group wasn't Black Lives Matter. Let's just say it was just a group of civil unrest of people pissed off, but they come out and they threaten you with your life. Are you, it's one of those things, like we could all quarterback that all day long. For me, if I see that many people and they start encroaching on my property, I'm not going to shoot them, but I'm definitely going to let them know the same way they did. I think the way the rifle was carried was a little bit more acceptable, but the way she handled her pistol could have been handled a little different. But hey, I wasn't there. I'm not bashing her. I'm just saying there was some flagging, and we know, at least keep the muzzle down until you're ready.
Well, and I think having had my weapon out of the holster several times, I can tell you that the amount of adrenaline you're experiencing in that moment is more than most people will ever encounter in their lives. And so if you combo that with fear for your life, the fact that no trigger was pulled, to me, was outstanding behavior, considering how poor their gun handling skills were. They remained very cool.
And once again, I'm quarterbacking. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying anybody on this panel. I'm quarterbacking. Could have been handled differently. Yeah, absolutely. After the fact, but when you're putting that in that situation with 3 to 500 people, and you don't know who's a threat and who's not a threat. Yeah, once again, that's where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna come out with my firearm and say, hey, don't come on our property, whatever. But until you're in that situation, it's hard to quarterback.
Yeah, and we can go back to the officer comment. Now, another part of what I'm seeing, what he was kind of saying, is that like what you're promoting is the open carry. You guys can't open carry in Florida unless you're hunting, fishing, or camping.
Property too, on our property, same way they were. We can do that on our property, but it's one of those we don't really do open carry here.
Yeah, much. but what I'm getting is he would then, if he deputized them, they would be able to open carry in public and be able to leave their property, if necessary.
Yep.
That's where what I was getting out of that kind of a situation is that he was going to say, okay, you guys are already legal to own the firearms. You already have passed all your background checks. Now we're going to allow you to carry them down the street.
Right. Basically, almost giving you within certain rights of police immunity or police rights, where you can carry your firearm concealed or open carry, whatever. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, I get what that sheriff's trying to do, but I also can see how it can go really wrong really quick.
Yeah.
But it goes both ways, man. We can quarterback it all day, but the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to protect my family first and foremost. And I'm sure everybody on this panel is probably the same way. They're going to protect their family. And if they can protect their community within certain bounds, like, I'm not trying to be the hero. And I'm sure most of you guys aren't trying to be the hero. But if you were in that position to be that help or not be that help, most of us would probably try to help to the best of our ability that we could. And I think that's what most gun owners would do. But everybody's different.
Yep.
I can't say anybody's going to say, yeah, I'm going to help in or I'm not going to help in.
Yeah, until you're into a situation, you're not going to know for a fact how you're going to respond. With all the training we can go through, all the drills that we can run, all the practices that we can put in, we would love to be able to say, hell yeah, I'm going to be that guy that's going to run towards the gunshot instead of running away from it. But you don't know. Right. Until that gun goes off, you don't know how you're going to respond. That's that, fight or flight instinct.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you a couple things. I don't open carry because I don't want the bad guy to know who shoots first, right? So bad guy gets the initiative. He gets to make the decision when to do some awful thing. And so if you're the guy open carrying in that moment, he has potential to shoot you first in the back of the head because you don't know he's the bad guy until the situation goes south. Even though my state has a full right to open carry, the only place I open carry is a shooting range. And then next, as far as your experience or what you're going to do, truthfully, everybody responds the exact same way physically. So you dump adrenaline, your fight or flight reaction turns up full power, and then from there, everything is mental. And that's where we get the wild card. How did you train? What has your stress level enabled you to endure? Uh, what your physical attributes are, your eyesight, your hearing, all those type things. And so, you know, there's been a lot of instances where CCW carriers have ended up dead for lack of situational awareness while trying to defend or pick that out. And I think when we talk about the difference between a self-defense carrier and a sheepdog, we're talking about the difference in the type of training that somebody takes. Hey, Carolina, be safe, brother. And so I think
absolutely.
if your mindset is that you want to be a sheepdog, then you probably need to invest in some advanced level carrying, some advanced level training. If your thought is just to be a personal defender, well, then, learn how to shoot straight and some situational awareness.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Couldn't be that's half of it. Like, I could sit here and tell you when I first started carrying a firearm. Prior to that, I always had like earbuds in, or like I was completely oblivious to the world because like usually like I have my music on. I'm like ignoring everything going around me. The second I put a firearm on me and I started carrying every day, like I do now, guess what? I don't have my little fucking earbud. I don't have earbuds. I don't have anything going on because there's always, for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, I need to know what's going on. I need to be able to hear what's going on. Whether it's somebody just getting, unruly and loud and wants to fight somebody, or if there's a gunshot or whatever. That's the situational awareness that you're talking about. And I think a lot of, I'm not criticizing people, but a lot of people, Americans, we kind of just let it all go by the wayside. We stop listening and stop paying attention. And for that's fine for most. They go about their day and nothing ever happens. But for those few instances that if you would have paid attention just a little bit, you might have seen it. I won't say you might have seen it coming, but you might have seen it coming, type of thing.
Yeah. And then also, along with that is, I do agree, believe in where you carry will also help dictate on how you are to respond.
Yeah.
Because if you look back at, and I don't like, kind of blaming the victim, but if you look back at the Texas church shooter, and one of the first guys that he shot was the guy who was trying to, draw his concealed weapon, and he was noticed, he was, because he carried in the small of his back. Well, when you're sitting, you're going to either have to rock forward, you're going to have to move off to the side some way to free that back up so that you can get to your firearm on your back. And that's why I personally, I won't carry small of the back.
Yeah.
So can I give a shout out to dressing how you carry? So 511 Tactical makes a button-down shirt that snaps down. It is cut so that it drops straight off of your chest and over your hips. And I carry a Glock 19 Gen 5 with 2 magazines, pepper spray, and a baton, and you can't tell that that I have anything on my hip. And so really, dressing for your carry is really super important, especially if you want to go for a full size. Solo is actually demonstrating kind of that concept there right now. I carry on the hip.
Wait. We're on live, right? Oh,
Yeah,
bad.
we're on live.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
But I carry on my hip, my right hip, with all of my gear, and I can carry a full size if I want to. And nobody in the world has any idea. I just look like a chunkier guy than I am.
Yeah. And you want to know something? Like, even for me, when I first started open carry, it was just a handgun.
Is that the twin to what you had?
That look. Hey, man. Hey, stop. That's gun porn, dude. Gun porn is not acceptable here. But for most part, if you're carrying a pistol, nobody really gives two craps. You know, other than like the Karens, I guess we call them Karens now. Nobody really cares if you're carrying a firearm openly. It's only when you put on a rifle that it becomes an issue. And like when I first started, I was like, oh, there's no reason to carry a rifle. But then after meeting people, not everybody has a handgun. Some people only have a rifle. Like, how do I restrict? Nobody can restrict anybody from carrying a rifle or a handgun or whatever they want to carry. And that's how I look at things now. It's like, I'm never gonna say you can't carry a rifle or you can't carry a handgun or you can't carry that Desert Eagle or that 50 BMG or whatever.
So
if that's all they got and that's what they want to protect themselves with, you know?
Ozark Yeoman, have a safe Independence Day, and we'll see you next week.
God bless America.
I just don't understand why I can't, concealed carry an AT4 every day. I feel like, that's a serious impingement of my rights, that I can't have that or an M203 grenade launcher. I would be perfectly safe with high explosives.
Oh no, we lost Solo. But so Gun Loving Grandpa sent an email talking about a book that he thinks is a really good book, and I know Budget Guns and Gear also has talked about this book, and it's The Law of Self-Defense. It's by Andrew Branca, Branca, and I've heard some good things about it. I haven't actually checked it out. I've thought about slapping it on my Kindle or going through Amazon Kindle because they have it, and then reading it there.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Intriguing. So I like Masada Ayub, and so the fact that he did the forward on this is already appealing. This is a pretty good looking book.
Yeah, that's what's kind of caught my eye a few times, is that it is from Masab, who talks about it, parts of that book. Welcome back, Yacker.
Yeah.
I haven't quite read it all yet, but it seems pretty decent.
Is it pretty good so far?
Yeah. If I can stay awake long enough to read it.
See, I think I would go with the Kindle version of it. We're talking about The Art of Self-Defense, which is a book, and So yeah, I was thinking maybe I would, get it for the Kindle, and you can do the Kindle app onto any of your cell phones. You can download it for your iPhone or your Android. I run Android. And maybe I haven't looked at if you could turn it into like an audio book. So that, like when you're driving to and from work, because I got a half-hour drive each way, that would be good to have playing across my stereo instead of listening to music or whatever.
Yeah, I'll listen to some chats on the way home and stuff. People don't like me doing that 'cause I take up usually 3 lanes of traffic. And it's only a 2 lane highway.
It's like, oh, this is bullshit. Now I gotta go over here. Oh shit, this bullshit.
Hi, Mystic. Why don't you jump in?
Mystic's out in the chat. Welcome, Mystic. Hopefully you're enjoying some fireworks out on the pontoon boat out in OKC area.
They canceled all of my fireworks in this town.
Yeah,
I could not believe that.
yeah. That's what they told us here in Florida. Nowhere in Florida has fireworks. You can watch it on TV or do it at your house.
See, our little town, and I'm not too far from CB, our little town is going to have fireworks. Yeah, you'll still have to be in your car or you'll have to be social distanced from, but most people in the county I'm in are going to say screw it because we're saying screw it to the face masks also. So, you'll be out watching the fireworks, probably a lot of people blaring their car stereos, and I was talking earlier, we have 2 state patrol officers in our state that are on paid administrative leave right now because they decided to use the F-bomb on how they were going to describe our governor. How's it going, Mystic?
Who just jumped in here? We
Mystic
I
Gun.
already see Nighthawk.
Can you hear me?
We can
Oh,
hear
We
you.
got you.
Okay. I'm currently on the lake right now.
So,
I definitely hear a woman's voice. Mystic Guns. Is that you?
yep, that's Mystic Guns.
Oh man, I love it.
Yep, she has a 2A channel, and her husband is the Gun Snob, who also has a 2A channel.
All right.
So,
well,
they're pretty good people.
Mystic Guns. I'm letting you know as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna subscribe to your channel just because I love hearing women YouTube channels, anybody that's women. It's not that women aren't part of the 2A community, but you don't hear about them all that much. And when I start hearing them, I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yep, she'll jump in here every once in a while. There's a. I'm gonna put that up on full screen.
Yeah, hey, Mystic Guns, you need to stop friggin' giving all that water porn right now. It's not fair. We want to be right where you're at right now. Every one of us.
We haven't seen Snob yet, so
He'll break the camera if she puts it on him.
All right. Well, it is time for me to go put the little lady to bed and get headed that way myself. Brothers and sisters, keep up the good fight. It was great to join you today.
Thank you, and thank you again. I'm still honored for your giveaway.
Oh, I'm excited to hear if you do something fun with it.
That is going to go a long way on ammo.
Yeah, they told me that I couldn't give a gun away, so I said, "Screw them! I'll give the money for the gun away."
Hey, that $300 gift card, is awesome.
All right, but yeah, you enjoy it. I will let you know as soon as the local post office tells me they've moved the mail. They probably won't move mail till Monday. But be safe, guys. Have a good day.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Happy 4th.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump out too. I got called in for work tonight.
Well, be safe out there. Enjoy your work. And thanks again for jumping on, Faas.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for letting me come on. And once again, thanks to everybody for subscribing. And congrats to Cav Trooper, Southpaw, and Buck. Once
Thank you.
I got Buck's address. I just need Cav Trooper. Need your address. And Southpaw, I'm not sure if he's still out there. Once I get the addresses and get everything boxed up, I'll get them mailed out.
Okay.
All right. You have a safe night.
Yep. Be safe out there. Yeah, he did his 100 sub giveaway tonight on the live stream. So
Nice. I love giveaways, man.
Yeah. I was pretty honored that he decided that he would want to do his 100 sub giveaway on my channel live stream. So
That's nice, man. It's always, dude, all of it. Whenever you can give back, whether I'm not rich, or whenever I can give away, and that's why I did the giveaway with the 4th of July, friggin' taking everybody to the range. It's people so appreciate the give back. Whether it's just a friggin' pencil with your name on it, people appreciate that you actually acknowledge them back.
Yep. Oh yeah, and like Nighthawk, when he did his, he's a pretty small channel. I think he's got 72 now, but when he did his giveaway, I think he just looked at who was subscribed to him on YouTube, and then drew names that way. Yeah, it was kind of awesome to get a $300 gift card, especially when you're not even expecting it.
For nothing.
Yeah.
Dude, I spent $300 today at the gun range for between ammo, range time, and a bunch of people. And it's just like, how do you not give back on July 4th? We were celebrating our independence. And when my channel was monetized, I was like, hey, let's give this away. Let's give an upper away. Let's give this away. And I still want to give giveaways. It's harder when you're not making money off your channel, which sucks. But my channel's all educational, and that's why I keep doing what I'm doing.
Yep.
It's about education.
How's the armed fisherman going?
I'm about, I think, 15 or 20 away from 1,000, and I'm getting pretty close. And if you can you all hear that?
Yeah. We're hearing those fireworks going off.
It's not me. It's not me. I swear. I'm not at the range today.
Oh.
But yeah, it's about a reciprocal thing. With the 37,000 subscribers I have, that's the little bit I can give back is so appreciated from all of them. And I would say that to anybody. If you can give just a patch saying, oh, this is support G23, and you create a patch, people you'd be surprised how many people will email you saying, hey, I want that patch, hurry up, send me my patch. And it's just the little things, just to give back just a little bit makes it so much worth it for a lot of everybody's subscribers.
Yep. Yeah, I'm working on trying to do a patch, but I know like OVT was talking about kind of doing some swag for his channel, and I don't know if he got my message, but I was trying to tell him that he should check out owlandanchor.com.
Yeah.
They do a lot of the two-way swag. They're small and everything, and they're a pretty good pretty good group of people. And I've been emailing back and forth with Angela there to get some patches made up. It's just being coming straight out of my pocket. It's kind of spendy right off the bat.
Oh no.
And
I totally agree. Trust me, man. Like it started with something small, and then as it gets bigger and bigger, and people like, I always try to not ask for donations and shit, but sometimes that's where it comes from. It comes from people that love what you do, and they're like, hey, I want to support your channel, I want to support you, and they're willing to give. And for those that are willing to give, hey, give back. That's what I always say is, if they're willing to give to you, give it right back.
Yep. Yeah, because even if I got to 1,000 subs and I was monetized, the AdSense would just go right into, helping to pay for the patches, helping to, give away better stuff to help say thank you to, the subscribers that you have, the friends that you're making, out here,
I burn them all.
And so, it's like, I've been trying to get you on the channel for a while, and, it's hard because you're working like second shift. And so, and you being out on the East Coast, the times weren't always working. And so the fact that you're out here tonight, is just awesome. I'm honored to have you out here, saying, coming on the show.
Yeah, I see it. It's just unfortunate I always miss it. But tonight was one of those lucky nights where I saw it and I was like, boom. And I'm like, I saw a link and I'm like, yep, let me get on this. I got to get on this because we've been trying to get together. So.
Yeah, and I know OVT was saying that he's going to try to get out here on the live stream one of these days. So that'll be awesome too, to get OVT out here.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
OVT, and I was actually with OVT today. We were out there shooting, and we've got another thing planned coming up. We're like, if you don't know, Orlando's Voice Transparency, he got trespassed from Titusville.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I watched that live.
What most people don't know is 2 days later, I got trespassed. The same spot, everything, doing the same thing he was doing, and they trespassed me. So right now, we're working on some stuff to try to hold them accountable.
Yep.
Like once again, I do understand that law enforcement has a hard job. They have to understand a lot of law, but they have to understand the law that they're trying to enforce. And when they don't enforce the law they know, what do you do?
Well, have a good night, Mario. Glad you were in here for a while. And stay safe, brother. So, yeah, when they separated OVT, his woman, and his brother-in-law, it was like, and I knew something was bad when they said to his brother-in-law, take all the equipment. Not take your equipment, take all the equipment.
Yeah, fishing poles, fishing gear, all that stuff. Take it all away.
Yep, take the cell phone.
Yeah. They were trying. And the one thing I could take from when I watched the entire video and everything that happened, that FWC officer, the Florida Wildlife and Commissions, really was the guy that de-escalated the whole thing.
Yeah, and he was like, he told OVT was, just settle it in court. You know, fight the trespass in court. You know, and he said in court probably 20 times. And he made sure to like be saying it in front of the other officers also. You know, don't argue this right now, just settle it in court. You know.
That's the hard part. Is as a citizen, it is very difficult to go to court and understand how to go to court for it.
Yeah.
Until you're arrested. When you're arrested, you have a public defender that will defend your rights. And if you know, like, OVT understands all the laws that he has to follow. So all OVT really has to do, if the lawyer that he would get as a public defender, if he didn't feel comfortable with him, OVT could do it himself. That's the thing about all of it, is that OVT could do it himself if he knew all the laws and how to go to court about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is he could always have the public pretender as a backup to file all the paperwork.
Exactly.
And have him sit second chair. You know.
Right.
I've done the legal side of it, because where my background is I wasn't the greatest kid. I came from the hard life. I was a dope dealer. I didn't always follow the laws. I got into a lot of fights. I committed felonies. And I fought hard. It cost me $5,000 to get my rights back.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not something, you know, I'm not proud of what I did when I was a teenager, but it's helped to shape the man I am today.
I agree that you've learned from what your past was, but even as your so-called dope dealer, there was a consensual transaction between two people.
Yep.
You had something they wanted. They had the funds that you wanted. When nobody is hurt, if nobody is hurt or their rights have been violated, there is no crime. And I would say that I'm not saying if people want to do heroin and crack and whatever and all those other drugs, by all means, go ahead. But there shouldn't, until that crackhead or heroin addict does something that hurts somebody, there's no crime. There's no crime for somebody to say, all right, it's the same thing with Walmart. Walmart has products that you want. Just because it's illegal, does that make it a crime? No. Just because they say, I'm not saying what you sold, I'm just saying, just because you have a product that somebody wants and you have it and you can sell it to them, long as you don't friggin' try to hold them at gunpoint and try to and do something unlawful, it's a consensual transaction. It's a transaction between two people that I have something, you want something, put them together, and it should be legal. Is it the best thing for people? Maybe not, but you can't be the one to judge. Only God can judge.
Yep.
Only or if you don't believe in God, whatever, the only person that's going to judge you is on Judgment Day. So you can say, I sold drugs, but you're not a bad person. It was a consensual thing between two people that wanted something. So I won't. Now, if you're going around drinking and driving, hitting people and fucking killing people, that's where I have the problem. Until you start hurting people, there's really no crime.
Yep. And I've I've had the drunk driver incident. My grandma was killed by a drunk driver on the way to my cousin's wedding. So I've had that experience of losing somebody to a drunk driver.
Yeah.
And then I've had the experience where my cousin was a drunk driver and he killed his girlfriend, took her away from her kids, and killed himself in a drunk driving incident. And so, that's one of those ones that gets really close to, I'll drink and everything, but it's that drinking and driving that gets to you.
Yeah, no, and that's the responsibility of us as citizens is to know right and wrong. If you don't know right and wrong, not to say you want to drink, okay, but should you go and drink and drive? And that's the problem, is that people don't understand right and wrong. You can drink all you want. You want to get shit faced at your house and not hurt people? More power to you. I don't care. But when you get behind the wheel,
or if you go out to a bar, you get shit faced and you walk home and you fall flat on your face in the middle of the street. That's kind of on you,
Yeah.
I've been there. I've been that blackout drunk where I was walking home and I tripped over nothing, fell flat on my face, gave myself a black eye, skinned up my knee, lost a brand new pair of sunglasses.
You didn't even know until the next day, right?
Yeah, I didn't know until the next day when I went to go get ready for work and I noticed I had a big old goose egg on my forehead.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying, long as you're not hurting anybody, it's one thing. But the second you hurt somebody, you should be charged to the full extent.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying drinking and driving is okay. I'm just saying, like, be responsible. That's what it's about, is responsibility. And whether it be police, public citizens, whoever, we have to be responsible in the actions that we do and accept the repercussions of the actions that we do. If we hurt somebody while we're drinking and driving, don't argue. Just take the penalty because you did the wrong thing, right? If I've done nothing wrong, I shouldn't be treated like a criminal for following the law. If I follow the law, I shouldn't be penalized. If I break the law, I should be penalized to the full extent. I'm one for rules and regulations, and that's why I follow them. Do I agree with all of them? No. But I would say when you do break those laws that infringe on other people, that's when the law is broken. And sometimes I really do sympathize for anybody that has lost anybody to a person that's been there, that broke the law and killed somebody or broke the law and hurt somebody. They should be penalized, period. Same principle for me. Like, if I was out drinking and driving and I hurt somebody, I would expect to be penalized to the full extent of the law, because that's why we have laws. If anybody says we need to defund the police or defund the military or whatever, we need some kind of enforcement. And if you look at Chaz, or CHOP or whatever it was called over in Seattle, how'd that work out for them? It didn't, because there was nobody there that actually was trying to enforce I'm going to say a God-given rule. You don't hurt me, I won't hurt you. Finger for a finger, thumb for a thumb, eye for an eye, whatever. That's how that works. If you want to hurt somebody, expect to be hurt back by somebody.
Yep. and just like where we have this 4473, you know, my opinion, we need to do away with that. Um, and felons not being able to own firearms. If somebody is not trusted to be able to own a firearm, why are they being trusted to walk down the street?
Need to do away with ATF. Period.
Yeah, the whole ATF is a corrupt organization, but but you, you know, if we could win a small battle and do a reform, you know, we if they could like the reform the prison system, because it's not the way it was actually intended to be. It was intended to like help people reform, and help them to become a better person.
Yeah.
It was never meant to be a hotel.
It's a hotel, man. Some
Yeah.
some of these jails are like hotels for criminals.
Yeah.
They keep going back because they're like, I'll just sit in jail because I got it so good.
But if it was reformed where you commit a crime and you have to meet certain meet certain obligations or whatever to be able to walk free again, where you have a minimum amount of time that you're going to serve due to your crime. Say you rob a liquor store, you're going to serve 6 months, right? Minimum. Now there is no maximum, because if you don't start doing certain programs and everything, and get a work program in there so that while they're in there, they're not just sitting in a cell. They're out there working. They're making a wage, and then take 60% of that wage and put it into an account that they can't touch until they become free. Take 40% of that wage and use that to help pay back, for your court costs, your
Rehab,
everything.
Rehabilitation.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you do all of that, and when they get out of prison, you don't just release them directly. Let them go to a halfway house kind of thing, where they get more freedoms and they can actually become part of the society, and they can work their way back into society. And then 6 months, a year after that, they're completely out of all of that. If you want to call it a probationary period, whatever, they still can't own a firearm. But after that 6 months or a year, they get their firearm rights, they get their voter rights, they get all their rights back, and turn that where when you go to buy a gun, they just scan your ID, because every ID in the United States has a barcode on it.
Yeah.
And if they just scan it at a store, and all of a sudden, it has a green check mark. Yeah, this good guy's good to go, or this gal's good to go, or an X that says no, this person can't have a firearm at this point in time. It would change the way our society is, because a gun society is a polite society. The more people that are out there with guns and firearms, is going to be a whole different way of the way our society is.
Yeah, no, totally agree, man. Let the people that have lost their rights earn their rights, because when they realize how valuable what we have here in America, it's not about just Florida, it's not about Virginia, it's everywhere in the United States have rights. We all have inalienable rights. When you lose those rights, you will almost fight to the death to get those rights back. And for those that don't want to fight for the rights, you know something? Just like Benjamin Franklin said, for those that will give up liberty for a little bit of security deserve neither.
Yep.
If these criminals don't they're like, I don't want to be in prison. I don't want to go through this. And they want, like, I want my freedoms. Most people conform and say, hey, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this wrong. I'm not gonna do this wrong. You know, I'm gonna do everything mostly by law, by either a God-given law or by the Constitution. As long as you follow those two, you don't have an issue in life. If you follow either a God-given, if you're not a religious person, if you just follow the Constitution, your life will be pristine. You will never have issues. Whether it's God or Constitution, your life will be good. But it's when you start violating those, when you start hurting other people and you start violating other people's rights and you start doing certain things, that's the issue. And I think law enforcement, I think people in general have lost that understanding that as long as I keep doing what I'm doing and I'm not hurting people, my life is going to be good. But everybody seems to think that they're entitled to something. And the entitlement is not entitled in the Constitution. You're given rights, yes, but you're not entitled to anything. Nobody's entitled to anything. You earn what you get.
Yep. Welcome, Ghost Tactical. Great to see you out in the crowd. So I don't know if you know who Ghost Tactical is. He's got another 2A channel, and he's a retired Marine, and he has an awesome podcast that he does on Tuesday evenings, and he's had some pretty awesome guests on there, and so yeah, it's.
I want to say I'm already subscribed to Ghost Tactical, to be honest. I went to the live chat and I saw the name in the little screenshot, and I'm like,
yep.
Oh yeah, I think I'm already subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good dude out there. Actually, he's one of the ones that got me to turn my camera on, and start doing my live streams. Because him and Clovertac were doing a chat where they were talking about going to SHOT Show. And so I was asking a bunch of questions about going there, and they're like, hey, if you're really interested, the best way you're going to get in is by going for media, and you're going to have to get out there, and put some work in and turn the camera on, and so I mulled over that for a while, and then my
Oh snap! What happened? Oh snap!
Oh, I guess his battery died.
Either battery or YouTube was like, nope, you're talking too much truth. When you talk too much truth on YouTube, they shut you down, man.
Oh yeah.
Yep, it just straight kicked me from the stream.
Yeah, well, hey, you better calm. We were just saying you're talking way too much truth. When you speak that much truth, YouTube will shut you down.
Yeah, they just straight kicked me. They're like, oh, we're going to leave everybody else going, but we're kicking him. He's gone.
I hope you didn't want no link, because I couldn't have sent you one.
Yeah, I wasn't going to send you one either. I was like, I guess we got this channel now.
Right? Yeah, you just inherited a channel.
Like,
but yeah.
What's up, everybody? G23 here.
Hey, let's see how many channel strikes we can get him in the next 30 minutes before he can get kicked back on.
I should have just gone and grabbed my AR and just like, hey, look, everybody, AR-15, AR-15.
This isn't the proper way you take it apart. This is how you...
This is how you put it together, and this is how you make it automatic.
And this is how you make it go boom. Yeah. That'd be a channel strike.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
everything. I think we just the 30 seconds we just talked was like 15 strikes, dude. You're done.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, no. So Seven Wonders and Kingpin, you know, had were the first two people that were on my channel that did the getting to know me. So that was kind of cool that they helped, you know, be there and kind of helped with nerves and everything to keep me, you know, kind of on point. So it's been great to, you know, get pointers. If I have questions, I just text Ghost Tactical or I email him, and he's like, "Hey, yeah, you know, you can do this, or let me help you do this." You know, and it's great to have somebody you can reach out to. You know.
Yeah, dude. That's the one thing I've learned over the last probably 3-4 years is that this gun community, if you don't know the answer, all you have to do is put the question out there, and there's probably about 5,000 people that have some kind of answer that will guide you into the right answer. Not all of them have the right answer, but if they start saying, "Oh, look into this, look into this, look into this," it gives you some kind of way to search it out yourself, if that makes sense. And that's why I say to all my subscribers and probably to your subscribers, don't take our word for it. Listen to what we say and then research it yourself. That way, if what we say and then what you research is true, 90% of the time, that's going to be true. You know, we're not trying to give you legal advice. We're just trying to guide you in the right direction.
Yeah. You know, or just tell you what our experiences have been.
Exactly.
You know, and just say, hey, you know, this is what I've learned from my experience, or, you know, this is what I could have done differently in the situation, you know?
Yeah. It's about keeping, gun laws will get you either put in prison for a long time or they'll get your rights taken away from you for a long time. And that's why I think at this point, it's not about open carry. It's not about concealed carry. It's about gun owners sticking together and educating each other. For those that think they know everything, because I get them on my channel that they think they know everything. But at the end of the day, I listen to people that want to try to help me stay out of trouble. Because I'm not trying, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to have to pay legal fees. I don't want none of that.
Yep.
What I do want to do is express my rights lawfully, which I know we have a lot of laws that are like, we all know.
Yep. And the thing is not one single person can know every single law. And so sometimes you may know something that I don't know, and I may know something that you don't know, and we can help each other out so that neither one of us ends up behind bars, you know?
10,000,000,000%, bro. It's about not going to jail.
Yep.
Nobody wants if anybody that's watching this stream right now, if you've ever been to jail, hit 1. And then if you enjoyed it, hit 2. How many 1s and how many 2s are you getting right now? Because I've never enjoyed going to jail. I've never been to prison, but I've been to jail, and I'll tell you that 2-3 day vacation in jail was not fun. The food sucked, the people sucked, everything about it sucked.
Yep, and it's not very much a vacation either, because you're
Okay.
still looking over your shoulder, you know, wondering what the hell, you know. I guarantee I probably got the least amount of sleep ever when I was locked up in county.
Yep. I'm going to agree with you. It's not fun. For some people, like those career criminals that are like, oh man, I love going to fucking whatever county lockup. Like, I guess that's what they say to themselves when they're about to do something wrong and get caught. I'm like,
or they say, hey, I'm not going to commit a crime in this county. I'm going to go over to this county because the food's better. You got better amenities.
exactly.
You got, and they can tell you what counties to go to and what counties not to. It's like, dude, you spend way too much time there. I mean,
Thank you, bro. You're not, dude. We got 2 of those right here where I live. Everybody's like, oh, if you're going to get arrested, go to Martin County. Make sure you get arrested in Martin County. I'm like, what? I'm like, make sure I get arrested in Martin County? I ain't trying to get arrested, bro.
Yeah.
I don't care what county it's in. They ain't fun. It don't matter.
I don't care if they're trying to put me up at the Hilton. I still don't want to be arrested. You know?
Dude.
I don't know about y'all, but
5-star friggin' meal every day at this prison. I'm still not going.
Exactly.
I don't know about y'all, but I like to get up and walk out anytime I want.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Not have to ask permission to go take a crap.
No, dude. If your shit stinks too much, your bunkmate's gonna fucking beat the shit out of you.
Yep. You got to get that courtesy flush.
You got to get the courtesy flush. It's like flush real quick, and then you got another one. Flush it, get it down, man. You don't want to.
And then depending upon where you are, you have to watch how many times you flush it because they allocate how much water you can use per day, per cell.
Or they think that you're flushing drugs or some shit.
Yep.
I enjoy freedom way more than being told what to do. Just like everybody else that's probably on this stream right now, they enjoy their freedoms.
Yep. Rupan says, I've been to federal prison to visit more than a few times. The MDC Brooklyn guards robbed us while we were inside.
Once they get you in the system, you have this much, 3%. Oh, 3%, but you actually have that much freedom.
Yep, even if you're just there to visit.
Just to visit, you have zero freedom. Nothing.
If you're there to visit, you're just like a criminal because that's how they're going to treat you. Just because you get to leave after that visitation doesn't mean that you got freedoms while you're there because they'll hook and book you anytime they feel like it.
Yeah. For anybody that's watching this stream, enjoy your freedoms. Unless you are hurting somebody. For me, like if I was law enforcement, until you've actually either hurt somebody or infringed on somebody's rights, there is no crime. Until that happens, keep doing what you're doing. Unfortunately, depending on what state you're in, that might not be the case.
Exactly.
And it's, that's where I think there's a real bad disconnect between what law enforcement are supposed to do and what they're actually doing. It's not just about George Floyd. It's not, I could probably sit here and tell you about numerous white people that have been killed by law enforcement for doing nothing wrong. And
like the guy in the hotel
problem.
Like the guy in the hotel, I forget his name, but he was complying with what the officer said, but except they kept telling him not to put his hands down or they were going to shoot him, and they ended up just shooting him, like executing him. Because
he was at a Holiday Inn or something, and he's like, please don't shoot me, I'm trying to do it, and then
they wanted him
down the wrong way, and boom, boom, boom.
They wanted him just to fall flat on his face instead of putting his hands on the floor.
Yeah.
Welcome, Rob D. How's it going out in the NYC?
Doing all right. How's it going, everybody?
Doing great.
Oh, man.
Hey, Rob, how's it going?
Not bad.
Oh, man. I got gunshots in NYC, bro.
No, it's normal.
America.
You got that freedom going on.
Look at calm down with all that freedom over there, bro.
Is that right over top of your car there, Rob?
No, I've been keeping an eye out. It's going off everywhere, man. It's been like this since before dark. It's hours. Hanging out in the backyard again. Got some new neighbors pop by, so
You're
probably
not,
can't stay on too long because I should be socializing with them, but trying to.
you're not doing the
mingle.
rooftop?
No, not tonight. Maybe later I'll get up there, so where you can see a lot more. So
Yeah, so we're giving him a bad time, Solo, because the other day his car got peppered with Roman candles by neighbor kids, and so that's going to end up coming out of his pocket to pay for the damage.
yep.
Oh my god.
Maybe I'll get reimbursed with small claims court because they ain't offering to chip in or nothing. So
Yeah. Nobody was signing for that.
Yeah, no one got fired.
thankfully, at least I had it all on camera. So.
Yeah, at least you got it all on footage so that you can see that the parents were out there, while it was going on.
Yep.
Wow, we got some cool fireworks going on.
Oh yeah, all around. Smells great. One thing I gotta say, I love the smell of it. So
Yep.
sounds like cracks or what is it? I don't know. Thinking of the cereal, I can't think of it now. Crack Snackle Pop or whatever. But
Rice
it's
Krispies.
going off all over. Yeah.
Rice
I don't know
Krispies.
if you guys hear all of that, but
Oh
You
yeah,
got Rice Krispies. Where's Rice Krispies?
we got that snap crackle pop going off in the background.
There we go, talking about cereal again.
Yep.
Rob D
Sound like a
shows
dang
up.
war zone.
Rob D shows up and the cereal starts talking.
Yeah.
Steak, cereal,
go
and
give me a
salad,
bowl
and I'm
here in
good
a
to go.
You forgot that ice cream there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, buddy. I just don't understand why we can't cross the ocean right now. Why am I watching this on a StreamYard friggin' live stream right now?
It's sad.
It's sad, right?
Yep.
I'm not taking away from the live stream. I'm
Oh yeah. No, but I completely agree because cities should be doing this and entertaining everybody. But hey, we'll put this out as entertainment. We're gonna represent our independence.
You're essential on YouTube. This is entertainment. You're essential right now, bro. You're essential.
Oh man. Yeah, like I said, if I didn't have new neighbors introducing themselves and hanging out, I'd stay on longer. But I kind of have to pop in and pop out, so I'm not being rude.
Yep, we understand. But
I don't know how long you're going tonight, but I
probably
plan on relaxing next to this fire for quite a while. So
we'll be going until the wife tells me I have to get off here because I'm hosting this on our anniversary.
yeah, that's true.
Snap, dude. Hey, whenever you need to go, bro. Happy wife, happy life, bro. Don't mess that up. Don't mess that up, dude. I'm surprised you got married on 4th of July. That's awesome.
Yep, that was so like 19 years ago, or
That's
about
awesome, dude.
we I always say that it was the most expensive fireworks show I ever had because I was on fireworks. You know those ground flowers you can get that you can buy and they spin? Well, let's use some paper kids across the street. You could make them walk up the road if you tossed them. And how cool they were if you threw them in the air and everything. And so I was, showing the kids that one of the fireworks went off into a car window, and the neighbor kids took off running, and now my wife started laughing. We were all kind of, and so from then on, she's been beside me every day. So, yeah, that car was driving down the road. They had the firework go right in the driver window.
That's crazy. I had a dumbass friend light a sparkler in a car one time, middle of the night, heading to New York City. That was crazy. We damn near died.
The sparkler is a whole different thing than having one of those ground flowers come flying in your car unexpectedly.
Let me tell you, it's pretty damn blinding at night, Dark highway when you're just driving in a car. I guess they were going to stick it out the window, but it started up in the car and they dropped it. Oh, man, it was horrible. They're all screaming and blind and swerving all over the damn road. And
you want to know the worst firework to have go off in your car? One of those lightning flashes.
Mortar.
One of those lightning flashes that does the strobing flashing light.
Oh, yeah.
Those things suck going off in your car.
I bet.
I was gonna say one of those.
Go up front and check my car. Now that you're saying that.
Hey, Rob, go out there and get that umbrella and hold it over top of your car.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah. You're going to have to get one of those car covers to protect your car.
I got I don't know how many people are sitting here. Well, I don't want to show it.
Yeah.
But the whole street's basically full up here. Basically, 10 feet from my car, we got people sitting on their hoods and all types of stuff watching the show down the street. But yeah, I'd rather they watch it down the street than start their own in front of my car again. So,
or on top of your car.
Like I said, I got no problem with fireworks celebrating, but don't don't destroy my damn property. So, did they take off?
Yeah, they're worried about the dogs, so they want them to stop by and go up that.
Yeah.
I hear.
Well, now I feel bad. So.
It's rude.
Oh, I just was trying not to be rude, but you guys were going at it, so.
Uh-oh.
Rob, you're in trouble.
I might have just been a bad neighbor.
Make up for it tomorrow. Get him a 6-pack.
Trying to multitask here. Actually, they like white wine, so I'm gonna check my stash and see if I can find some.
Get him a nice.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey,
just let them know you're an important YouTuber.
Staring at me all funny. What's the deal?
I'm going in the dungeon. I gotta grab wine.
So what were you saying, Solo?
A New York outcast. I got a question for you. When is your state gonna start accepting my Florida concealed weapons license?
Shoot, I have no idea, man. No idea. I know, New York's, crazy as far as the state and their government is concerned. So I'm surprised they let me have a damn gun here. So who knows?
Dude, that's the only reason I haven't been to New York, man.
Yeah. Well, you're not the only one.
Yeah, no.
A lot of people avoid it like the plague, and I don't blame them because between taxes, between tickets, everything's expensive here. So
yeah. I'm just trying to come visit, dude. Forget about living there, man. Your property taxes and cost of living there is just insane.
Yeah, I think so.
You know?
And they tax you for everything. Like, you know, I hear about other people, you buy your plates and you own them. Like, wow, ain't like that here. Like, you got to pay to get your plates, you pay to keep your plates, and you pay to give them back. Like,
it's like New York has like even your public transportation, like whether it be subway, buses, or whatever, is out of control. Like,
oh yeah,
I
think so.
You have to feel for people that just try to live after paying what $2,000 for an 800 square feet friggin' apartment. Like, how do they even try?
Oh yeah, easy.
Go to work, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't live in the city, and you know that's part of the reason why. At this point in my life, I used to think it was cool and exciting. Now I just see it as a death trap. So
yeah,
I feel like I'm getting robbed just paying the toll to get in the damn place, and then don't even get me started with parking. So yeah, like, it's ridiculous. But
yeah, you're
figure my tax money, all this other crap. So, but yeah, it's different, that's for sure. You know, unfortunately, growing up here, you don't realize it's different until you start traveling, and then you realize you're really getting screwed. Like, what the hell? You know, everybody's got a better deal than what we got, is what it seems like. So
I'm not saying New York's not somewhere, like, there's a lot of like history behind New York and all that. I would love to come visit, but there's just so many restrictions that it's hard for most people to visit.
The state itself is basically, you know, it's pretty nice. You know, how green everything is. I mean, you'll never see more shades of green, really. It's amazing. So I mean, you know, here locally in the U.S., at least in my opinion, but it's pretty nice. They got some really nice landscapes, different things, but it's the you know, the government and the winters, in my opinion. So not a fan of the winter.
I hear New York, all parts of New York, upstate, downstate, everywhere in between is nice. It's just about the government. The government really goes and takes and takes.
That's pretty much it. And everything's expensive, you know, basically you defending yourself, the victims get in trouble, you know what I mean, by defending yourself, things like that. I mean, it's crazy. Like, yeah, here, like, basically I'm supposed to get hit twice before I can hit somebody back legally. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, like, you know, how's that really gonna play out sometime? You know what I mean? So, you know,
I'm supposed to get two punches to the grill and almost get knocked out before I can defend myself. I got you.
Yeah. Like, okay. So, but that's pretty much how it is. You know what I mean?
We're a stand your ground state.
Nice.
I'm not saying I'm going to shoot somebody. I'm just saying if somebody tries to punch me, I'm going to punch them back. Somebody tries to pull out a knife, I'm going to shoot them. This is the way that one's going to work. That's how that's going to go down. You pull a weapon.
Knives are never a good deal.
Yeah.
Like when I used to live in Washington has the, like, if somebody looks like they're going to attack you, like if they double up their fist, you don't have to wait for them to take a swing. The moment they double up their fist, you can hit them because they've already showed the intent to cause you harm. So you can defend yourself before you get struck.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. Like, if I feel threatened for my life, I should be able to defend myself before you friggin' act on it.
Yep.
What do you got?
I think 5 bottles.
White?
Most of it's white. There's a couple of reds. She'll give it to him.
No, you should go give it to him. That's your apology.
You go give it to him. No. If you're your turn.
Yeah,
Hey,
Rob.
give it to him. I'm still on the thing here. Hold on, I gotta mute before you guys hear me get yelled at.
Oh, you're gonna get so yelled at, dude. No, unmute. We want to hear this now. We need some entertainment.
Whoa. No muting. There's no muting on the live stream. That's forbidden.
Oh, he's getting his ass chewed right now.
You guys aren't helping. You're not helping.
We got your back. Bud.
Yeah,
all day long.
Except for we can't help you.
All right, I gotta tell you guys, I gotta let you go for a minute. So I'm gonna mute.
Here it comes.
Tell them why.
What do you mean tell them why?
Tell them why.
Knock it off.
Yeah, we want to hear why, because we want to know that your wife is telling you that you have to go do something.
Why?
Because you were a dig to your new neighbors.
Happy life, bro.
All right. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
We'll be here. Oh.
It's always good, when it's not me, it's always good to give back to somebody.
Yep. Only on G23 are you going to hear somebody get yelled at by their wife.
And I think that happens quite often, don't it?
Somebody's going to get yelled at by their wife.
I'm just glad we're doing this early because if it was like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, my wife would already be at the window pounding, saying, "Are you coming to bed? Are you coming to bed?"
You'd be the one getting yelled at instead of New York Outcast.
Yeah. Thank you, New York. Thanks for taking the bullet on that one, dude.
Oh.
But so, other than that, how's everybody doing with this COVID stuff? Everybody doing all right? Because I'm doing marvelous.
Hell yeah,
I feel healthy. Not feeling sick. Don't think the country should be shut down. But that's how I feel.
I know in my area, a lot of the people, like the businesses, all their employees are wearing the masks because they have to. But like most of the customers, a lot of them are just saying, screw it, we're not going to comply, We're not.
Yeah. The private businesses are all saying the same thing. We're not trying to get our business shut down. And I get it. They want to make their money. They have every right to make their money because that's what our country is based on, is capitalism.
Yep.
But I also think some of these businesses need to start standing up to the government, just like the people are standing up to the government, is saying, we already pay you taxes. We already do all this stuff for the government. We're sick of it, and that's how I think some of these businesses should do, but it's not my business, but that's how I feel they should be.
I don't understand with all that protesting going on. They didn't say one thing about COVID. After the riot stopped, oh Lord, it's all back to COVID now.
Back to
COVID-19.
Yeah.
It was COVID because the president was holding rallies. It's COVID. If somebody marches on a state capitol for opening a state up, it's COVID for all the other stuff, but it's not COVID if you're gonna go out and riot and loot and steal.
Yeah, loot, steal, burn. Let's burn the city that we live in down. Let's ruin all these people's jobs because we want to protest. And I'm not saying not to protest. I'm saying you don't need to burn down your entire city or your county or whatever.
Yep.
The message has been lost. The message has been lost when they rioted and looted and burned down the city. When they did that, it was that.
And started murdering people.
Yeah.
Or just
Chaz,
Or what about was the 81-year-old retired police chief that got gunned down because he was protecting his buddy's pawn shop? That was a black man, but Black Lives Matter. Except
all for TV.
His didn't. That dude was executed.
Not even murdered. He was just blindsided and murdered. And it's like
crazy.
We're like, if you want to, like I've always said it, if you want to hold things accountable, just pull out your cell phone and start recording. That's how easy that one is. You can just record the police and they freak out over a camera because they don't want to be held accountable. But now they want to burn down cities, steal TVs, kill innocent law. Like I don't have problems with law enforcement. Bad law enforcement, yes, I have problems with it. But that's an education problem. We need to educate law enforcement about what they're supposed to do, not do what we're doing. This isn't what George Floyd would want. He wants the law enforcement to learn and do the right thing, not the wrong thing.
With all these riots going on, the only thing that won't touch are damn work boots. There's still plenty on the shelf.
Yep.
Oh, we got that fire pit going.
Yeah, waiting on the next round of fireworks to pop off over here.
Are we cooking s'mores over there?
Yeah, sure.
Because we know in New York you can't have an open fire without cooking.
No, just warming up the pit. That's all. Warming up the pit.
You've got hot dogs in the background.
Actually, I do over in the cooler. So.
There you go. Your intent is to cook the hot dogs at some point before you go to bed. Now, if you actually go through with that intent, that's a whole different
invited
thing.
a couple neighbors over, but that one showed up. The other one was at his parents' all day, so he was ready to take a nap, I guess. So
I don't answer questions.
Right?
But basically, had hot dogs, all the stuff out here, but didn't have to cook it all. So I told the lady, I was like, well, let's wait and see who actually shows up. So I don't want to cook 10 pounds of food for 4 people or something. So
exactly.
That gets old quick.
Yep. But we've been going for like 4 hours now.
Yeah, I popped on earlier right after you started for a little bit, and then I had to jump out, and then pop back in a little while ago, and I'm back again. So it's been a marathon today.
Well, it's Independence Day. We're celebrating.
Yeah, I think I'm about to go and celebrate with the wife here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up killing this here pretty quick because we're down to like 3 people in the crowd.
Oh man, they're missing all the good stuff right now. That's all I know.
They all passed out.
Well, like here it's like only 7 o'clock, so it hasn't even gotten dark yet to be able to start having some fireworks.
Welcome to the East Coast.
I used to live over on the East Coast. I was in Simpsonville, South Carolina.
I heard that gunshot.
Yep.
A lot of crime's been up lately, so it's hard to tell now with everything going on what could be what. But
right now is the perfect time. You got fireworks popping off. No one's gonna know. Well, I mean, hardly anyone's going to know the difference between a firework and a gunshot.
Yeah, most wouldn't. So I was telling the lady, I was like, man, I could, do target practice in the backyard tonight with a 22, and it wouldn't be an issue. But she was like, yeah. I'm like, no. Like, I was just making a statement.
Get some
Like,
trace.
we could totally get away with it right now.
Yeah, we probably could. So
Yeah,
hang a piece of steel out
just
here.
every now and then, just light your lighter up.
All you got to
So you
do
see a
is
little
get some of those tracer rounds, and you don't have any problems. You got your own fireworks.
Uh,
I got some tracer rounds on the way, boy.
Yeah, they're nice. Nice to have. So
it just shows how bad a shot you are. That's all that is.
Right?
Yeah.
It's gonna highlight.
It gives depending what you're doing and what your purposes are or whatever, but you can direct fire with a tracer. If you're with a group or something, obviously you can at night pop a round or two off, stagger your round, and everybody will know where you're shooting. So, but it all depends what you're doing. So.
It totally sounds like
being up there in New York, you never know.
You never know.
Never know. Shit. The way things are going these days, wasn't that long ago people would say, oh, this would be crazy. Now look where we're at today. So when things change, they change quick.
Yep.
Sometimes before people accept them, so who knows?
Uh-oh.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go pick up my wife a little bit. She crashes.
Well, go ahead, give your channel a shout out. Let everybody know again who you are.
Solo Yacker, Second Amendment advocate here in Florida. We don't have open carry, but the little bit of open carry we do have, I do it. And you should check out my channel. And I thank everybody, and thank you, G23, and everybody on the panel for letting me come in and chat with y'all.
You're
Look
welcome.
at that fire, man. Jeez.
You're welcome. You're welcome back anytime. And it was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much, G23. You have a great night. Enjoy your freedoms. Enjoy them and hold on to them.
You be safe out there.
Yep.
Always, every day, all day.
Yep.
And I love some of your videos, man. I love them.
Yeah, I got a couple really good ones coming out soon, so stay tuned.
Definitely will be.
All right, brother.
Take care, man.
Later.
So, Mr. Buck, you want to give your little outro?
Just everybody be safe. Stay out of trouble.
Yep. Thank you again, Buck, for jumping on and spending the evening with us.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for the invite.
Yep. Mr. Rob, what do you got going on?
Not much. Just trying to keep my head down and survive the evening. Hopefully my, vehicle makes it and the neighbors don't burn my house down. So, but
I'd be worried
not
about
much.
what's going to go on inside the house before what's going to happen on the outside.
Yeah. Oh, that's a different story. So, but no, sorry, sorry I was late or whatever. Would have normally popped on, but obviously sometimes life gets in the way. So.
Yep, you got to spend time with friends and family. That's a major importance. So we understand, and thanks for jumping on when you could.
No problem. Figured try to give you guys a little bit of fireworks, but can hear them, can't see them right now. But yeah, so enjoy your day. Make sure you do something nice, and I should. Yeah, and sorry, and make sure I'd suggest doing something nice even on a day that's not your anniversary, because she stuck with you for 19 years. She's got to be a good woman.
She's a lot better than I deserve. She's put up with me for 19 years, so.
Oh, I believe that.
So.
If you would have known you were a Glock guy, never would have
happened. Hey,
I knew that was coming.
She likes that Glock also, so.
Let's save that for another time, buddy. That's after the show.
So, she got to hold her new P320 on Tuesday, and she's like, "Yeah, this damn thing is sexy." She loves that new 320.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
That's cool. At least he's not, upset every time you buy one or something. So giving you a bunch of crap.
Yeah, well, that one was bought especially for her, as a way of saying thank you for 19 years. So hopefully she'll put up with me for another 19 years. I'm too old to be trying to start this over again.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
Yeah. So enjoy, everybody. Be safe, and thanks for spending part of your Independence Day with us. And like and subscribe to everybody who's been on the panel and who's still on the panel. So thank you again, and we'll catch you next Saturday evening.
Bye, everybody. Be safe. Have a good 4th